Quiet, please. Good morning and welcome to the New York City Hybrid Hearing of the Committee on Public Safety, jointly with the Committee on Technology and Oversight and Investigations. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and one of us, the Sergeant at Arms, will kindly assist you. At no time, please do not approach the dais. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Chair, we're ready to begin.
Good morning. I'm Councilmember Yusuf Salam, Chair of the Committee on Public Safety, and I want to thank Chair Brewer of the Committee on Oversight and Investigations and Chair Gutierrez of the Committee on Technology for co-chairing this important joint hearing on examining the NYPD's implementation of the POST Act. I want to recognize the members of the Public Safety Committee who are here and the members who are present. Recognize Councilmember Farias, Councilmember Juan, Marte, Williams, and Joseph. And Chair Chiose. Councilmember Chiose, he's a chair. Yes, he's the chair of something. Today we will examine, Councilmember Holden as well has also. And we're also acknowledging that we have been joined by Councilmember Holden and Councilmember De La Rosa as well. Today we will examine the NYPD's compliance with the Public Oversight of Surveillance Technology Act, also known as the POST Act, and consider legislative proposals aimed at strengthening transparency, accountability, and oversight of the department's use of surveillance technologies. The NYPD utilizes a vast array of surveillance tools in its effort to maintain public safety. While these technologies can aim in crime prevention and investigations, it also collects and stores significant amounts of personal data. This raises serious concerns about privacy, civil liberties, and the potential for misuse. The public has a right to know how these technologies are being used, what safeguards exist to prevent overreach, how the NYPD is ensuring compliance with established policies. Recognizing these concerns, the City Council enacted the POST Act in 2020, requiring the NYPD to publish impact and use policies, IUPs, for surveillance. For surveillance deployed by the department. These IUPs are intended to outline key information about each technology, including its capabilities, data collection and retention policies, access restrictions, public accountability measures. Additionally, the Act mandates that the NYPD provide a public comment period before finalizing these policies to ensure transparency and public input. Over the past several years, the NYPD has expanded its use of surveillance tools from drones and facial recognition to GPS tracking, biometric scanning, and robotic technologies. While these tools can assist in crime prevention and investigations, they also raise serious concerns regarding privacy, civil liberties, and the potential for misuse. The public rightfully demands assurances that these technologies are not only effective, but are also properly regulated and free from abuse. While the NYPD has taken steps to publish IUPs, recent reports from the Office of Inspector General for the NYPD have highlighted ongoing challenges in the department's compliance with the POST Act. Concerns persist regarding vague and generalized IUPs, insufficient details on data access and retention policies, the lack of disclosure around technological advancements, and the continued practice of grouping multiple technologies under a single IUP. These layers limit transparency. Furthermore, recommendations for stronger internal oversight and public disclosure and the assessment of potential disparate impacts on communities remain unaddressed. Today's hearing will address the NYPD's progress in implementing the Post Act, examine areas where further improvements are needed, and consider legislative proposals to strengthen oversight. While we will hear from representatives of the NYPD, oversight agencies, we'll hear from advocates, and we'll hear from members of the public as we work to ensure that surveillance practices in New York City strike the right balance between public safety and civil liberties. Legislative proposals the Public Safety Committee will be hearing include introduction number 168, sponsored by Councilmember Farias, legislation to strengthen the OIG's NYPD's capacity to conduct meaningful audits of the NYPD published IUPs. Introduction number 233, sponsored by Councilmember Hudson, legislation requiring the NYPD to publish a written policy that establishes procedures and regulations for its use of facial recognition technology and conduct biannual public audits of the department's use of facial recognition technology. And finally, introduction number 480, sponsored by Councilmember Wan, legislation to amend the existing Post Act to ensure IUPs contain sufficient detail and specificity needed to enable meaningful oversight and regular audits. I want to extend my gratitude to my colleagues, Chair Brewer, Chair Gutierrez, and to all the staff who worked diligently to organize this hearing. I look forward to a thoughtful and productive discussion that will help guide our efforts to promote greater transparency, accountability, and fairness in the use of surveillance technologies. Thank you all for being here and for your engagement in this most important conversation. I'll now turn it over to Chair Brewer for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Salam. I am Gail Brewer. I chair the Committee on Oversight and Investigations. I want to thank you all for being here. Just as the chair indicated, we're examining the PD's implementation. We keep saying it over and over again because I don't think people know what the hell the Post Act is. It's the Public Oversight of Surveillance of Technologies Act. It's here. We all want to keep our city safe in a changing and threatening world, and New Yorkers have provided the NYPD with the authority and means to conduct extensive high-tech surveillance over our streets, our phones, and just about anywhere else. They believe evidence of public safety threatens may lurk. NYPD's wide-ranging surveillance powers have the potential to keep us safer, but they also carry an inherent potential for abuse and violation of civil liberties, as the chair indicated. So in 2020, the council passed a Post Act to provide greater transparency into the police department's use of these technologies and intelligence gathering techniques. The act compels the department to release surveillance, impact, and use policies, or IUPs, for any technology it utilizes so the public can understand and comment on how police watch them. And as it changes so often, it's an example of why we need this act. Unfortunately, the police department's compliance with the act leaves much to be desired. In the first post-act annual report, the Office of Inspector General for the NYPD found that the IUPs released by the department have been filled with boilerplate, often identical language to describe different data collection technologies and methods. I think there were 15 suggestions how to address that. The police department also used single IUPs to cover multiple, significantly different technologies in a way that can obscure how each individual method works. Subsequent post-act reports have entirely omitted or failed to update IUPs on high-profile new police technologies like autonomous robots, I think we remember that one, GPS trackers, aerial drones, and biometric data applications. All these technologies can greatly expand police surveillance's reach into New Yorkers' lives, with fearsome potential for abuse if the department does not comply with oversight measures. And today, in 2025, this is of particular significance. So we meet today to hear from the Department of Investigation and NYPD about how they will make sure the department follows the laws of the city, restrains itself from subjecting residents to invasive surveillance, and makes necessary public reports. To that end, we're also hearing, as you heard earlier, several pieces of legislation, and the chair mentioned all three of them. I also want to mention, just as a personal note, examples of what we're not, which is I have a relative who just was on a business trip to Dubai, and there are no police, but there is a camera on every single building imaginable. Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know, but that's how they do their policing, and I bet they don't have a post act. So I'd like to thank the following council staff for their work. From the O&I committee staff, Nicole Kata, Erica Cohen, Alex Yablon, and Owen Kotowski. From my staff, Sam Goldsmith, and everyone who made it possible for this hearing to take place. And now I'd like to hear, as we all do, from Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chairs Brewer and Chair Salam. Good morning, buenos dias, everyone, and welcome to our hearing. I'm Councilmember Gutierrez and the Chair of the Committee of Technology. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleagues, Councilmember Salam and Councilmember Brewer, and I'd like to acknowledge Deputy Speaker Ayala, who's joined the hearing. The Technology Committee will also hear the supermajority bill sponsored by Councilmember Williams, Intro 978, in relation to requiring the 311 Customer Service Center to provide relevant resources in response to tree pruning-related requests. The committee expects to receive written testimonies from both the Office of Technology and Innovation, OTI, and Parks Department. A little over a year ago, in December 2023, we held a hearing on the POST Act and the use of surveillance technologies. That hearing provided us with insights from both NYPD and DOI, as well as various advocacy and watchdog groups. Coming out of that hearing, I was disappointed but not surprised by the opaque information provided by the NYPD regarding their lack of full compliance with the POST Act. The NYPD either did not comprehend the fundamental purpose of the POST Act, transparency and accountability, or it is willfully disregarding the intended goals. It was unfortunate that the logic cited in their testimony was nonlinear, giving NYPD carte blanche to act with impunity, with a notable absence of clarity surrounding individual use policies or IUPs. I come to this hearing hoping that there were lessons learned from the last hearing and that the explosion of new surveillance-related technology contracts are addressed and treated with the weight they deserve, and an understanding that public safety means more than just enforcement, but also the long-lasting safety of New Yorkers, their data, and their ability to live their lives without fear and lack of due process. A few refreshers from last year. The PD claimed it does not use artificial intelligence, does not share data with ICE, and properly records all contracts. However, when confronted with evidence that technologies like facial recognition use AI, they removed references rather than clarifying their use. DOI confirmed that the PD has yet to fully comply with the POST Act and provided recommendations for improving oversight. Advocates highlighted that between 2007 and 2020, the NYPD procured surveillance technologies such as facial recognition and cell phone tracking through special expense purchase contracts, bypassing standard procurement processes and raising transparency concerns. Since our last hearing in December 2023, the PD has updated its post-act report to include previously undisclosed technologies like weapons detection systems and tracking devices. I'm glad to see they've corrected that stance. Additionally, DOI's latest report underscores the PD's ongoing lack of full compliance with the Act. I want to take a moment to echo my colleagues, Councilmember Salam and Councilmember Brewer, who have emphasized the importance of public safety, transparency, and civil liberties. Transparency and accountability are more important than ever, especially in an era when technologies are rapidly evolving and being both adopted and discarded at a pace far exceeding public expectation. I also want to stress that ensuring public trust is just as critical, and transparency is the first step toward achieving it. Today, I look forward to hearing technology updates from PD, recommendations from the DOI, and concerns from the public. And finally, I'd like to thank the Technology Committee staff, including Council Irene Bayovsky, Policy Analyst Eric Brown, and my Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor, Anya Lair, for their tremendous work on putting this hearing together. I will now turn it over. I think we've recognized everybody? Yes. Yeah, you're going to go first? Okay, I'll now turn it over to Councilmember Juan, sponsor of Intro 480.
Thank you, Chair Gutierrez and Chair Salam, for convening this hearing today. My bill, Intro 480, is a common sense bill that strengthens POST Act of 2020 by requiring greater transparency around the NYPD's use of surveillance technology. The need for this bill is clear. Intro 480 does not originate from activists or external pressure groups. It comes directly from the Office of Inspector General for the NYPD and the Department of Investigation. These agencies tasked with independent oversight of the NYPD identified critical gaps in the current law and recommended these changes in their 2022 report. This bill does not introduce radical reforms. It simply clarifies and strengthens the original intent of the Post Act, ensuring it fulfills its promise of meaningful oversight. With Intro 480, the NYPD will now be required to provide detailed reports on each individual surveillance technology it uses instead of grouping multiple technologies under vague categories. All data sharing agreements with outside entities, including federal agencies, ensuring transparency on how information collected by the NYPD can be accessed beyond city jurisdiction. The potential disparate impact of each surveillance technology so we can better understand whether certain tools disproportionately affect specific communities. In a time when technology is advancing faster than ever, it is our responsibility to ensure that surveillance is used in a way that balances public safety with civil rights. Strengthening the Post Act is a no-brainer, and I urge my colleagues to move forward with this bill.
Thank you. We will now hear from our Majority Leader, Farias, on her introduction, Bill number 168.
Thank you, Chair Salam and Chairs Gutierrez and Brewer. Intro 168 is designed to enhance oversight of the NYPD's use of surveillance technology, reinforcing transparency, accountability, and public trust. This legislation grants the Department of Investigation the necessary access to monitor the deployment of surveillance tools, ensuring their responsible use and respect for civil liberties in our communities. The bill requires the NYPD to provide the Department of Investigation with a comprehensive, itemized list of all surveillance technologies currently in use. This list must include details on each technology's functionalities and capabilities, the types of data collected, and the specific NYPD units responsible for controlling and managing that data. Additionally, the bill mandates that the NYPD grant the DOI access to its data retention policies for these surveillance technologies. This requirement applies both to the department's internal policies and to any retention policies outlined in vendor contracts. To ensure ongoing oversight, the NYPD must also submit quarterly reports detailing any newly acquired or discontinued surveillance technologies, along with any updates to data retention policies included in contracts with technology providers. Surveillance technology is rapidly evolving, as our chairs have stated, and without oversight, there is a real risk of unchecked surveillance that can infringe on civil liberties. This bill does not prohibit or restrict the NYPD from using technology for public safety, but it ensures clear guidelines and oversight to prevent potential misuse. By providing regular updates to DOI, we ensure that the public has a voice in how these technologies impact their privacy and rights. Intro 168 is a common sense measure that strengthens accountability without compromising law enforcement effectiveness. I look forward to hearing from the admin, advocates, and stakeholders on feedback on this policy measure, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill and reaffirm our commitment to transparency and responsible governance in public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Caban, and we will now hear from Councilmember Williams on introduction number 978.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you so much to Chairs Brewer, Salam, and most importantly, the Tech Chair, Gutierrez, for the opportunities to speak today at this joint oversight hearing. While much of our discussion today focuses on the NYPD's implementation of the Post Act, a critical step forward in ensuring that our use of surveillance technology is transparent and accountable, I'd like to take a few minutes to introduce an initiative that speaks to another vital element of our work: ensuring that New Yorkers have timely, accessible information about the services that impact their daily lives. My bill, Intro 978, is a straightforward but important measure that requires our 311 Customer Service Center, in coordination with the Department of Parks and Recreation, to provide comprehensive online resources to any 311 customer filing tree pruning related requests or seeking information on the subject. Under this bill, when a resident reaches out about tree pruning issues, they will receive online links directed to them. the map maintained by DPR that displays tree inspections, any map maintained by DPR that outlines tree pruning schedules, and any informational webpage on tree pruning maintained by DPR. In addition to these digital resources, our constituents will also be provided with available information on opportunities to receive volunteer certification in the pruning of street trees throughout New York City. Why is this important? First, it directly supports our commitment to transparency. Trees are not only an essential part of our city's character and environment, they are a resource that, when cared for, properly contribute to public health, safety, and community well-being. By making these resources readily available, we empower residents with the knowledge they need to care for our shared urban landscape. Furthermore, by including information about our volunteer certification opportunities, this measure encourages community engagement. It opens a path for residents to contribute directly to the maintenance and beautification of our streets. In doing so, we create a stronger bond between government services and the community, reinforcing the idea that New York City is built by and for its residents. This bill is about leveraging the power of digital communication to bridge gaps between city departments and our communities. It's about ensuring that residents can easily access the information they need to participate in the care of their neighborhoods and, in turn, to foster a safer, greener, and more connected city. I urge my colleagues to support Intro 978. It is a very small step, but extremely promising, with a significant return, increased transparency, enhanced public service, and a more engaged citizen. By empowering our residents with knowledge and opportunities, we uphold the values of public oversight that we champion here every day, whether in the realm of technology or in the stewardship of our city's natural resources. So thank you again for your time and your continued commitment to making New York City a place where every resident can thrive.
Thank you. We've been joined also by Councilmember Ariola. We will now hear from the first panel, DOI, and start with Commissioner Streiber. I'd like to turn this over to Nicole to swear in, offering with the affirmation.
Thank you, Chair Salam. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. Commissioner Streiber, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jocelyn Streiber, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Investigation. Thank you, Chair Salam, Chair Brewer, Chair Gutierrez, and members of the Committees on Public Safety, Oversight and Investigations, and Technology for the opportunity to speak about DOI's oversight role with respect to the NYPD's use of surveillance technology as set out in the Public Oversight of Surveillance Technology legislation known as the POST Act. As you know, DOI oversees the operations, policies, programs, and practices of the New York City Police Department through DOI's Office of the Inspector General for the NYPD. The POST Act requires NYPD to produce and publish impact and use policies, referred to as IUPs, for each surveillance technology used by the NYPD, and directs OIG NYPD to prepare an annual audit of the department's compliance with those IUPs. Since DOI last testified on this topic in December of 2023, we have issued 2 additional reports pursuant to the POST Act. The first of these reports focused on 5 technologies deployed by the NYPD in 2023, and the second report focused on NYPD's drone program. Today, I will give you a summary of DOI's findings from these 2 reports and share our views of the 3 proposed bills under consideration today that relate to NYPD's use of surveillance technology. Starting with our 2023 POST Act report, issued in the spring of 2024, that examined the IUPs applicable to 5 surveillance technologies that NYPD introduced in 2023. DigiDog, a remotely operated robot. The second one was the Nightscape K5 autonomous security robot, known as K5. The third was StarChase GPS tracking technology, known as StarChase, which allows officers to attach GPS trackers to moving vehicles. Number 4 was IDEMIA Mobile Biometric Check Application, referred to as IDEMIA, a smartphone application capable of collecting and comparing digital fingerprints. And 5, an augmented reality smartphone application, which I'll refer to as the AR application, built by NYPD's Information Technology Bureau, capable of displaying data from NYPD databases concerning a specific location when a smartphone camera is pointed at that location. Our review found that NYPD did not issue new IUPs in connection with the deployment of these 5 surveillance technologies, but addressed 4 of them, K5, StarChase, IDEMIA, and the AR application, in 5 different addenda to the existing IUPs. Those addenda were issued in April of 2023. According to NYPD, the DigiDog technology was addressed in an existing IUP issued in 2021, when an earlier version of DigiDog briefly was used by the department, and therefore no addendum was required. OIG NYPD concluded that as of 2024, NYPD continued to group distinct surveillance technologies within a single IUP, a practice discussed in detail in our first annual post-act report and in my testimony before these committees in December of 2023. We found that the grouping approach may shield individual technologies from public scrutiny and oversight. It is OIG NYPD's position that the post-act requires an IUP for each distinct surveillance technology, unless the technologies at issue are substantially similar in capability and manner of use. In that event, a single IUP may address more than one technology and should name each individual technology to which it applies. With respect to the 5 technologies reviewed in the 2023 report, OIG NYPD found that the IUPs did not include all of the information required by the Post-Act. With respect to DigiDog, OIG NYPD maintained, as it did in the first annual Post-Act report, that DigiDog was a surveillance technology with distinct capabilities, and therefore, NYPD should have issued an IUP specific to DigiDog when the technology was initially deployed in 2021. Instead, NYPD asserted that DigiDog was sufficiently addressed by the IUP for situational awareness cameras. We also concluded that the DigiDogs purchased and deployed in 2023 had enhanced capabilities that, at a minimum, should have been addressed in an addendum to the situational awareness camera IUP. OIG NYPD further found that the department appropriately treated K5, StarChase, IDEMIA, and the AR application as enhancements to, or new uses of, existing surveillance technologies, and therefore issued addenda for each of those technologies. However, we concluded that taken together, the IUP and the addenda did not meet the Post-Act's requirements in the following ways. First, the Situational Awareness Camera IUP and its addenda did not disclose health and safety information with respect to K5, the autonomous security robot. Second, we concluded that the GPS tracking devices IUP and its addenda did not adequately disclose the specialized rules, processes, and guidelines that distinguish StarChase technology from other GPS tracking technologies. The addenda also did not adequately disclose health and safety information or the type of data that the NYPD may disclose to external entities. Third, the 2 IUPs relevant to the IDEMIA application and their addenda did not provide sufficient information about IDEMIA with respect to the policies and procedures related to data retention and access. And finally, the Portable Electronic Devices IUP and its addenda did not provide sufficient information about the AR application regarding policies and procedures related to data retention and access. Based on our review, OIG NYPD issued 7 policy and procedure recommendations to NYPD in the 2023 Post-Act report. The recommendations advised NYPD to issue a new IUP for DigiDog and to update the addenda to the IUPs as noted above, and also to limit grouping technologies in a single IUP to those technologies that are sufficiently similar in capability and manner of use. 2 of the recommendations propose that NYPD include mechanisms within the IUPs for tracking and monitoring uses of surveillance technologies, and that each IUP should identify the potential impact of the surveillance technology on protected groups, measures that the Post-Act does not require. NYPD rejected those 2 recommendations, the ones that the Post-Act does not require, and accepted the remaining 5. I'm going to turn now to our 2024 Post-Act report, which focused on NYPD's use of drones, or unmanned aircraft systems, UAS. The department employs drones to further search and rescue missions, disaster responses, documentation of traffic accidents and crime scenes, crowd monitoring, and for situational awareness in active shooter and hostage situations. NYPD's drone program was first announced in 2018. At that time, officers assigned to TARU, the Technical Assistance Response Unit, which provides NYPD with equipment and tactical support and specializes in audiovisual technology, was tasked with implementation of the program. Since that time, the NYPD's drone usage has increased. In 2023, the department reportedly deployed drones on over 4,000 flight missions, including responding to 2,300 priority calls for service, including searches for missing people, alerts from the ShotSpotter gunshot detection system, and crimes in progress as needed. OIG NYPD reviewed the 2 IUPs applicable to the drone program, the UAS IUP and the Thermographic Cameras IUP, and concluded that the Thermographic Cameras IUP satisfied the Post Act with respect to the department's use of drone technology, but that the UAS IUP did not disclose all of the information required by the Post Act and did not provide a complete and accurate picture of all aspects of the PD's drone operations in the following ways. First, the UAS IUP inaccurately states that all drone deployments are operated and supervised by TARU, when in fact multiple units within NYPD operate their own drone programs. Second, the UAS IUP requires that the commanding officer of the drone team report to the highest-ranking uniformed member of the NYPD, but in fact, the commanding officer reports the Deputy Commissioner of Operations, not the highest-ranking uniformed member. Third, the UAS IUP does not disclose several capabilities of the department's drone fleet, including features that enable fully autonomous and pre-programmed flights, 2- and 3-dimensional mapping technologies, two-way communication capabilities, and glass breaker attachments. Fourth, the UAS IUP does not disclose any potential health and safety impacts of drones, including risks related to personal injury, property damage, and the device's lithium-ion batteries, when potential health and safety risks plainly exist. And fifth, the UAS IUP does not accurately reflect how NYPD maintains the logs of each drone flight. Based on its review, OIG NYPD issued 10 policy and procedure recommendations to the NYPD. 9 propose that NYPD update the UAS IUP to include the types of disclosures I just described as required by the Post Act. OIG NYPD also recommended that NYPD include in the IUP the potential impact of the surveillance technology on protected groups, which the Post Act does not require. We await NYPD's response to these recommendations, which is due by March 18th. DOI recognizes that the use of surveillance technology in New York City raises important public concerns, and we are committed to providing robust oversight in this area. Because the annual comprehensive inquiry that the Post Act requires DOI to undertake, an audit of the NYPD's compliance with each of its 36 IUPs for more than 80 surveillance technologies is not feasible, we focus each annual report instead on particular surveillance technologies of greatest public interest and concern. We also seek to identify and address any broader issues relevant to the Post Act requirements and NYPD's compliance more generally, such as the grouping issues that I've discussed today. With respect to the proposed legislation, DOI has reviewed Introductions 168, 233, and 480, which are being considered at today's hearing. These are bills that were first heard in December of 2023 and that DOI testified about at that time. We continue to be generally supportive of all 3 bills, which track 11 of our recommendations made in our first 2022 Post Act report. 9 of those 11 recommendations remain rejected by NYPD. One recommendation, that NYPD issue a unique IUP for each distinct surveillance technology, was initially rejected, but was later accepted after DOI issued the recommendation in our 2023 report. Another recommendation, that NYPD provide DOI with an itemized list of all surveillance technologies that the department is using, was initially rejected but has now been accepted in principle. We appreciate the council's support for our oversight mission, as well as for the specific recommendations we have made to the department in regard to surveillance technology. We look forward to working with the council on these bills should they move forward to a vote. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to Councilman Chair Brewer for her questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and we've been joined by Council Members Palladino and Rivera. Before I start on the questions that were listed here and respond to your excellent testimony, I have a question about data. As the author of the Open Data Bill many years ago, does some of the data that is produced by this technology it's not part of the POST Act now, but is that something that you think should go to a data bank like the Open Data if it is not involved with personnel and something that would not be appropriate? But is there some of this data that should be going to the public?
You know, I haven't really studied where the data might go or how it could be used. I mean, the POST Act definitely
Does not call for it.
Well, it requires, IUPs to describe how data is retained and who can have access to data and what restrictions might apply to that. But I haven't studied the broader question of where and how that data might be stored or accessed to the public.
Something to think about for the future, I think. All right. I think you've sort of talked about this, but what's the importance of the police department producing individual IUPs for each distinct surveillance rather than relying on updates to existing IUPs of similar or overlapping technologies? Now, you talked something about the DigiDog, et cetera, so I just want to explain for the public more than even us why this is important.
Sure. Well, it's our position that as an oversight body, if we're going to adequately evaluate compliance with the IUPs, each surveillance technology that has distinct function capabilities, a distinct manner of use, needs to be described in a distinct IUP. Otherwise, it's possible that grouping of distinct technologies in a single IUP could shield individual technologies from oversight. We would not necessarily know if multiple technologies that are in fact different in function are grouped together. We might not be able to evaluate how those technologies are actually used and if they're being used how they should be used, or if the IUPs are adequate to address the capabilities of each technology. So it's our view that the POST Act, to effectuate its purpose, really requires that each distinct technology have its own IUP. Now, there may be technologies that overlap sufficiently in function and in capability that they don't need a distinct IUP, but that's our position.
And do you think, you mentioned many recommendations between these three different surveys. Do you think that this is going to be more distinct in the future as a result of your recommendations?
Well, I'll note that although the department initially rejected our recommendation with regard to distinct surveillance technologies having distinct IUPs, that recommendation has subsequently been accepted, at least in principle. There may be some discussion around the parameters of what distinct functionality actually means, but I think we're getting closer to a consensus on that point.
Okay. How does OIG NYPD, which is basically your office, ensure transparency in its audits and investigations of police practices? How do you ensure transparency?
Well, I think the work that we do and the reports are really the way that we ensure transparency. So for some of these devices, like drones, for example, they're a subject of public concern, but there are aspects of drone use that the public is not aware of. When we issue these reports, we not only look at the IUPs, but we also describe the practices that currently exist, particularly if they're distinct from those IUPs. The IUPs provide, obviously, a form of transparency as well. But our work enables the public to see if there's a disconnect between the policy and the reality. We are sharing through our reports what that reality is, and that creates additional transparency around the use of these technologies.
An ongoing theme of the City Council is staffing, and obviously when you're talking about these technology instances changing all the time, do you have enough staffing to do the kind of comprehensive audits that we've been talking about?
Well, look, I want to be very clear here that to the extent that the POST Act purports to require our office to evaluate with respect to over 80 surveillance technologies, whether every instance of use by the police department complies with each IUP, that is not a realistic task. I don't think we have the staffing to do that. I'm frankly not sure that is a good use of the resources we have. I think what we have done is we've identified significant thematic concerns like the grouping issue, and we have also used our annual reporting obligation, which we do have sufficient staffing to meet, to identify technologies that we think are of greatest public concern and to provide transparency about those and recommendations where necessary. So while I always quarrel with the amount of staffing we have, I think we do have sufficient staffing to comply with the post-act requirements in the way that we've interpreted them.
I want my colleagues to know that every budget season, we fight for more staffing for your agency, period. That's a different topic.
I know that, and I thank you for that.
We're going to keep doing it. So one way to get at these issues is, of course, contract agreements and conditions with vendors of surveillance technologies. I know even me, I get these crazy suggestions from all over the country that the city should buy this technology or that technology. I just hit delete because I know that's the police department's problem. But it is complicated. So my question is, do you have access to these agreements and the vendors and the surveillance technology? Because that's how you can, in fact, get more information to be in compliance with the Post Act.
I mean, that is something that we can and do request when we do our audits, and we do have access to it. And those agreements can have information that bears on data access and retention, for example, because sometimes, I'm not speaking to any specific technology, but a third-party provider may have access to data that a particular service or technology generates.
Okay. I'm wanting to know how your agency assesses whether the police department's use of new surveillance technology. The drones are pretty new, they're changing all the time, facial recognition changing all the time, complies with the Post Act because there is often new surveillance technologies.
Right, well, one of the things that we've requested and that is in one of the bills you're considering today is a requirement that the department provide us with updates as to new technology. So on whatever schedule we might receive those, receiving those in a timely manner will enable us to identify new technologies. And so that's one way that we're able to sort of stay on top, or that we would be able to stay on top of that. There's also, often public reporting and announcements that the department makes when it deploys new technologies. That's certainly been the case with the ones that we've looked at in the last two reports.
Councilmember Gutierrez, you want to ask some questions, and then I'll come back. I could go on forever, so. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Brewer. Thank you, Commissioners, for your thorough testimony. I just have a couple of questions. One specifically from your testimony, if you could just clarify for me. I believe you said in you had mentioned in your summary of the recommendations that PD rejected 2 recommendations. I think it was in their 2023 Post-Act report. Can you just clarify which were the 2 that were rejected?
Yes. So the first was that each IUP should identify the potential impact of the surveillance technology on protected groups. To be clear, the actual language of the Post Act, and we lay this out in the 2022 report, requires the department to report on any disparate impact arising from the IUPs, i.e. arising from the policies. You would not necessarily expect there to be disparate impact arising from the policies. We ask that the department disclose any disparate impact arising from the use of the technology itself. That is not required by the Post Act, and that was rejected. The second recommendation that was rejected was that the department include mechanisms within the IUPs for tracking and monitoring uses of the surveillance technologies, so that the policy itself incorporate a procedure for essentially auditing and tracking, and that was also rejected. That is also not required by the Post Act currently.
And then just for my clarification, when they are rejected, is there a reasoning shared, or is it what does that look like when they reject recommendations?
The department is required by law 90 days after a report is issued to respond in writing to our recommendations, and they do provide reasons for the rejection if they are going to reject a recommendation. And here I believe the rejection was because this goes beyond the requirements of the Post Act.
Okay, so I understand. Thank you. And then my last question, thank you, Chair, is we believe some contracts with PD are not registered with the comptroller or visible in checkbook. Some are considered demonstration projects. Are you aware if the agency is tracking these, or are you given access? Are they at all included in any of the report backs or IUPs shared by PD?
So we are given access to all kinds of information that is not public when we do these reports, but I don't know and can't speak to the question of whether particular contracts for technology that we looked at are publicly registered or not. I don't know the answer, and I don't think we conducted an inquiry of that.
Okay. Are they you have access, is it explicit that when they are demonstration projects?
Again, I'm not sure. When we make requests to the department, when we're going to conduct an investigation like this, we receive materials from them. Some materials are public, some materials are not public, but I don't know the specific answer to your question.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Are there other members who have questions to the DOI? Go ahead, Gubad.
Thank you to the many chairs today. So many of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you do. I have a couple of questions for you. What materials has OIG NYPD requested from the NYPD as part of OIG's post-act responsibilities that the NYPD has not provided?
You know, we actually have, at this point, a very good sort of communication system, and we generally get all of the materials that we ask for. That was not always the case. We've worked hard, I think, over the last couple of years, and we now really do receive the materials that we ask for, and when there are delays or other issues, we have an internal escalation process and a way of communicating with the department about that. The one example that we mentioned in our drone report was we received records solely from the Transit Bureau about its drone deployments. My understanding is that there are other divisions within the department that deploy drones. And so we noted in our findings that we were not able to assess whether all of the PD's drone operations complied with the IUPs because we only had records relating to the Transit Bureau. So that's one example. Now, okay. I want to be clear, though, that we decided in the interest of time that we wanted to issue this report rather than spending additional time conferring with the department. And given the track record of the work that we've done together, I have no doubt that if we had had the time, we would have gotten the rest of the records, but we decided to move forward.
I mean, it is a balance, though, between you want to make sure that you're complying, you get these records out, and they've got a responsibility to sort of get you that information in a certain amount of time. But I appreciate that there's improvement there. Besides the drones, is there any other things that you...
There are no examples other than that one that I can think of, and we obviously have the option, as we did here, of noting that in our reports if that is an issue, but it really has not been.
And if there is anything outside of that you guys think of, or outside of that, if you could follow up with the chair on that information, I know we'd all love to hear that. And then my other question is, so the NYPD, the DOI, the Comptroller, the Mayor's Office of Contract Services, the Office of Management and Budget, and the Law Department all had an agreement to hide special expenses budget contracts, which includes a lot of the surveillance contracts. And at the time, Comptroller Stringer withdrew from that agreement after the Post Act passed. And so I'm wondering whether you know if other agencies are still abiding by that agreement to keep this info from the public. Is the DOI still part of that agreement? Have any new agreements been made since the Post Act? Those are my questions.
Yeah, no, and I'm not aware of any such agreement. Actually, this predated me, so I'm sure I could do some research and try to figure it out. I'm not aware that we're a party to any agreement that involves hiding information from the public, which would surprise me, but I'm happy to look into that.
I mean, again, it definitely existed. It was acknowledged by certain folks. I appreciate that you're saying it predates
I
you.
don't doubt it. I'm just not familiar with it, so.
If you could follow up with that information as well, that would be great.
Happy to do that.
Thank you, and I will turn it back.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams, you have questions about DOI? PD later on. Councilmember Osei, is it on DOI? Okay. Councilmember Palladino? Did you, on this, go ahead. This is on DOI. PD is later on. All right, so I do have a question while we're checking on that. One is with CCRB, obviously I know you have different roles, I'm quite familiar with that, but is there a way that your agency collaborates with, like CCRB, on issues of surveillance technology?
You know, we make referrals, as you know, of certain types of complaints that we receive to CCRB. I'm not aware that we're actively working with CCRB on matters related to surveillance technology. I could try to find out more about that. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then the other question I have with AI-driven surveillance technologies, I don't know if that's a new technology in this arena. It's obviously much broader than any of the types of technology that you discussed. So how do you plan to adopt its oversight strategies to keep up with that kind of development? Again, different kind of technology.
Yeah, I don't know that our approach would be any different than it currently is, right? Which is to see what the policies are, how the technology is used, and if we see a potential for abuse, we would look at it from that perspective. I don't have a particular strategy with respect to AI oversight.
All right. Also, you mentioned lithium batteries, one of my favorite topics. My question is, how does that, if at all, fit into this discussion? We have lithium batteries on the cameras, we have lithium batteries on the e-bikes, we have lithium batteries elsewhere. Is that something that would fit into post-act?
Yeah, I mean, to us, that's a health and safety issue, right? There, obviously, we've done reports on this with regard to e-bikes. There's substantial public concern about safety with respect to lithium batteries. It's one of the reasons we felt that the drone IUP should make greater disclosures or some disclosures about the health and safety risks. And we've made that recommendation with respect to other technologies as well that use lithium batteries.
Okay.
So that's how it fits.
And if the police department fails to comply with your recommendations regarding surveillance technology, it's like many other things, we're not quite sure what to do. How do you think we should be handling that, or how do you handle that?
Well, we have an ongoing process with the police department. So as I mentioned, a recommendation that was initially rejected, we maintain an ongoing dialogue. And so one hope is that through conversations and discussion, we can change minds on things. There's also obviously, the council has taken on a number of our recommendations here that were rejected. And there's also obviously, the public value of our reports so that people know what we've recommended that's out there, and that the department has declined to comply with it.
And just finally, are there other technologies coming down the road, either that you've heard about internationally or nationally, that police department could be using so that it's more proactive, or do we wait to see what comes from NYPD?
I mean, I'm sure there are many. I can't say that I'm in a position to say whether there are any that should be used. I think we'll see what happens.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Turn it back to you.
Thank you. I don't think we have any more questions for you, so thank you for your testimony and your answers. I'd like to call the next panel for the NYPD. We have Joshua Levine, Director of Legislative Affairs, Michael Gerber, Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters, Jason Savino, Commanding Officer of the Detective Bureau, and Captain Michael Eckner, Chief of Department. Okay, so when you're ready, Nicole will offer the swearing-in affirmation.
Thank you, Chair Salam. Before we resume, I will administer the affirmation. Panelists, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? I do. Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Chair Salam, Chair Brewer, Chair Gutierrez, and members of the council. My name is Michael Gerber, and I am the Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters for the New York City Police Department. I am joined today by Assistant Chief Jason Savino, Commanding Officer of the Detective Bureau's Specialty Enforcement Division, Josh Levin, Director of Legislative Affairs for the department, and Captain Eichner of the department's drone team. On behalf of Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, we thank you for the opportunity to speak about the department's compliance with the Post Act and about 3 pieces of legislation relating to the department's use of surveillance technology. Technology is critical to our public safety mission. Every day, we use technology to solve crimes and to keep people safe. We are committed to using technology with care and precision, and doing so consistent with the law. When it comes to mandating disclosures regarding the department's use of surveillance technology, there are several critical interests: transparency, public safety, innovation, and administrability. The Post Act strikes a balance between these interests, and the department has gone to great lengths to meet its obligations under the Act. Since the passage of the Post Act in 2020, the department has published 37 Impact and Use Policies, or IUPs. The department has amended its IUPs 16 times, sometimes to reflect changes in policies or practices, sometimes because the surveillance technology was being deployed in a new manner or for a new purpose, and sometimes because we identified an error and acted to correct it. The IUPs are publicly available on our website and provide a wide range of information concerning the capabilities of our surveillance technologies, as well as various policies and procedures relating to those surveillance technologies. I would like to take a moment to comment on the bills under consideration today. Intro 168 would require the department to provide to DOI, upon request, a list of all surveillance technologies, information on data access and retention policies related to those surveillance technologies, and quarterly updates on all new and discontinued surveillance technologies. The department takes DOI's oversight mission very seriously and provides DOI with the information that it needs to perform that role. The department's only concern regarding Intro 168 is the frequency of the mandated updates to DOI. Requesting updates every quarter imposes a burden on the department that does not seem necessary for DOI to perform its annual audit function. The department looks forward to working with the council to formulate a schedule for reporting to DOI that ensures that DOI has the information that it needs in a timely fashion. Intro 233 would require the department to establish and publish procedures and regulations for the use of facial recognition technology. The bill would also require the department to conduct a biannual audit of our use of facial recognition and to provide the results to DOI, as well as publish them on our website. I would note that the department currently posts its facial recognition policy on its website, along with answers to frequently asked questions regarding our use of facial recognition. We, of course, have no issue with continuing to publicize this information. We also have no objection in principle to providing additional data to the public regarding our use of facial recognition. The department has had an ongoing dialogue with the council regarding the contour and scope of the audit, and we believe that we can continue this collaboration to craft an audit that will further increase transparency regarding our use of facial recognition without impeding the use of this critical law enforcement tool. Intro 480 would amend the Post Act to require, among other things, a separate IUP for each surveillance technology used by the NYPD, regardless of whether such technology overlaps in functionality or capability with any other technology for which an IUP already exists. We are not sure what is intended by that language. At best, it is ambiguous and will lead to confusion regarding the department's disclosure obligations. At worst, it could be read to suggest that even the slightest alteration in functionality requires a new IUP, followed by a public notice and comment period and a 90-day delay before the new hardware can be used. We would need a new IUP every time we upgrade our officers' cell phones, buy a different make or model of camera, or purchase new covert recording devices for undercover officers. This would be very harmful to the daily functioning of the department and could serve to compromise public safety. The department opposes the legislation as drafted. I would note, however, that we have been in dialogue with advocacy groups regarding proposed changes to the Post Act in an effort to formulate revisions to Intro 480 that will meet their concerns relating to privacy and transparency without undermining the department's public safety efforts. That dialogue extending over many months, has been detailed and productive, and I understand that the sponsor of the bill has been supportive of these efforts. I believe that, thanks to our work with those advocacy groups and with the Council, there is an opportunity to finalize a bill that expands the scope of the disclosure obligations under the Post Act without objection from the Department. I would add that I am proud of our efforts to work towards a compromise with groups that, to put it mildly, are harsh critics of the Department. Despite fundamental disagreements on a variety of issues, we have listened to each other and worked to identify common ground. I am hopeful that this can be a model for future dialogue. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to these issues. We look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to start with privacy and civil liberty concerns. Are any of these technologies used without warrants, and if so, under what legal framework?
Sure. So some technologies require a warrant and some do not. And in our IUPs, each IUP actually requires one of the requirements of the Post Act to address essentially that, to answer that question. Is a warrant required? Is a warrant not required? Is there some lesser judicial standard that's required? So I think each one of our IUPs addresses that. And obviously, it really just depends on the technology and the way in which the technology is being deployed. You know, there are some surveillance technologies that are never going to require a warrant or court order, some that will always require it, and then some where it really will depend on the context in which it's being used.
Has the NYPD used any of these technologies to monitor protests, political demonstrations, or religious gatherings?
So as you know, we are bound by the hand-shoe rules, hand-shoe court orders. That is incredibly important. We take those very, very seriously. We use drones. We're talking about a large protests and the like. We do use drones not to zoom in, but we use drones to be able to track, let's say, where a group is moving. It allows us, helps us with deployment. Sometimes we'll have very large demonstrations or the like, where we actually don't know where the group's going to go. And that can present very significant challenges from a public safety perspective, just in terms of making sure that we have the appropriate officers in the right places. So we will use drones to track the movement, say, of a group. We are very clear on the rules on this. In the absence of criminal activity or enforcement activity in response to criminal activity, those drones are not zooming in. They are not allowed to do that, right? If we were zooming in on a peaceful political protest, that would be a violation of hand-shoe. We don't do that. So we do use drones in that way. We are very, very careful to abide by the hand-shoe rules.
Has the NYPD ever used any of these technologies to track journalists, activists, or civil rights organizations?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. We use these surveillance technologies to investigate criminal activity. In response to criminal activity, if you're suggesting that we're using them inappropriately to target civil rights groups or journalists, the answer to that is no.
How long does the NYPD return audio, video, biometric, and geolocation data collected by each of these technologies, and who has access to this data?
Right. So the answer to that, in terms of the retention period, is going to vary by surveillance technology, and this is addressed in our IUPs. There are some surveillance technologies where nothing's recorded at all, right? So there's no retention. There's no retention policy because there's no retention. And then some surveillance technologies, data is stored. And then, how long it's stored for will vary. Obviously, if something becomes part of a criminal case file, there are very specific rules, which are laid out in our IUPs, about the rules for data retention in connection with different types of criminal cases. So there really are two things. There's one is sort of the retention policy with regard to a particular surveillance technology, and again, that varies and is disclosed in the IUPs. And then separately, if it becomes part of a criminal case, then there are other rules about how long data is maintained in a criminal case. That's statutory in nature, and that's again laid out in the IUPs.
Does the NYPD share collected data with other law enforcement agencies such as ICE or the FBI? If so, under what guidelines?
Right. So we do share information with other law enforcement organizations in connection with criminal investigations, right? And we, as you know, are a part of numerous federal task forces, criminal task forces investigating criminal activity. And as part of that, there is sharing of data and information in connection with those criminal investigations. And I should say, when we think about a joint criminal investigation, let's say we're working with the FBI, we're working with the DEA, right? We don't think about sharing in that context broken down by surveillance technology. If we're doing a case jointly, a criminal case jointly with the FBI, the expectation is that our detectives and the FBI agents are going to share information freely between them as part of that joint investigation. We expect the FBI to share with us. The FBI expects us to share with them. And that's really the whole task force model, right, of bringing together different law enforcement partners and agencies working collaboratively on criminal investigations. I also want to say, you mentioned ICE. Be very, very clear. As you know, we do not engage in civil immigration enforcement, and we do not share surveillance technology in furtherance of civil immigration enforcement.
How does the NYPD, actually, before I ask this next question, I'd just like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Stevens as well. How does the NYPD track and prevent unauthorized access or misuse of surveillance data by officers or external entities?
So and again, this comes up in the IUPs, and what you see in the IUPs is there's sort of baseline data security, right, that is consistent across all of our surveillance technology, and that is, I will say, that's, this talk about boilerplate in the IUPs, there is certain boilerplate language because we do have a baseline of data privacy that exists across all surveillance technologies, and you would expect, frankly, to see the same language over and over again because that baseline is the same across the department. That's a good thing. Then, for certain surveillance technology, there's going to be heightened security. Just to give one example, if you look at our IUPs, we discussed the fact that for information derived from court-ordered wiretaps, right? Obviously, an incredibly powerful investigative tool, but obviously that raises incredibly sensitive privacy concerns. There, our IUP will describe additional privacy protections and safeguards on top of the baseline. But the answer is going to vary somewhat depending on the nature of the surveillance technology.
Has the NYPD ever experienced a breach, leak, or unauthorized access to its surveillance data? What safeguards exist to prevent such abuse?
So I'm not sure I can answer that question in terms of whether there's ever been a breach. That's a question that would have to go to our information technology team. The folks who are here wouldn't necessarily be aware of any breach into our systems. I will say, to the extent you're focused on surveillance technology and that data, I'm certainly not aware over the past few years of that type of a breach. But if you're asking whether that has ever happened, that's hard for me to answer. I'm not the right person to answer that question. But I'm certainly not aware of that.
I want to move to questions on drones. The OIG NYPD report found that some drones have multi-purpose droppers and glass-breaking attachments. Does the NYPD plan to use drones to deploy non-lethal weapons or crowd control measures?
So be very, very clear. This is as a matter of policy, and this is non-negotiable. Drones are not used as weapons. Drones do not have weapons. They are not going to have weapons. Our policy does not allow for that, period. What is described in the DOI report, there are two different things that are described. One is the ability of drones to drop things as a life-saving measure. For example, if we have drones off on the beaches and someone's in distress, and the idea, as I understand it, is that a drone could drop a buoy or the like, something that would actually save someone's life. There also is a capacity for a drone. The breaker capacity is not as a weapon at all. It's in exigent circumstances, if there's a need for a drone to go into an otherwise closed off space and to be able to break glass in order to do that. But I want to be very, very clear, under no circumstances are drones allowed to be used as weapons or any weapons put on drones. Absolutely not.
Just following along with that, with the drones in terms of where's the video and data from NYPD drones stored and who has access to it?
Right, so the short answer to that is the storage period is 30 days, right? It's 30 days, unless it's related to a criminal case. Yeah, so if there's footage on a drone that relates to a criminal matter, to a criminal case, that will obviously be saved for discovery purposes and becomes part of the criminal case file, essentially, as a practical matter, right? I mentioned this before. So if it's part of a criminal case, it's going to go as part of that criminal case, and obviously that has to be stored, and critical that it be stored for discovery purposes. Otherwise, the storage period for our drones is 30 days. I should add, by the way, there are other reasons why video could be retained, right? So if there's a FOIA request, and we have other disclosure obligations, just to be clear on that. But unless there's some other reason why the video is going to be saved, it would otherwise only be saved for 30 days.
So they just have, like, if someone, for instance, with the FOIA request, they would have to make sure that they would ask for or request that information within that time period.
Yes.
I want to move to facial recognition and algorithmic bias. Studies have shown that facial recognition misidentifies people of color at disproportionate rates. What steps has the NYPD taken to ensure that its facial recognition does not contribute to wrongful arrest?
So I'm aware of some of the studies or reports that you're referring to. Obviously, it's a very serious matter. I do think that some of those studies were in the earlier days of facial recognition. I think that the technology has actually gotten much better. And I think that actually lessens the concerns on that front. Now, that said, I think this is critical. Facial recognition is only a lead. It is only a lead, right? No one is getting arrested on the basis of a facial recognition match standing alone, right? We can't do that. We don't do that. It is a lead, which then sends the detectives to do additional work to try to develop probable cause. So part of this is it's a lead, but it's not in and of itself going to be the basis for an arrest. I think that's critical. It's very, very important. Also, I think critical is that this is not some fully automated process that takes human beings out of it. On the contrary, and this is described in our facial recognition policy, which is public, it's also described in the IUP, there are human beings involved here as well, right? And in fact, when there's a potential match, you're going to actually have two separate individuals looking at that, sort of the frontline review and then a second supervisory review before the match is even sent back to a detective. And again, they're only as a lead. So there are a lot of checks in place.
What is the false positive rate? Sorry.
I'm sorry. I just want to add to that in a sense that, we need to know how the technology works, right? It works off an algorithm. And that algorithm doesn't even see color, in a sense that it works off a mathematical measurement. So it'll take quadrants of your face and then measure each variable, so go nose to ear and what have you. So it really doesn't even see color at all. In fact, we've used black and white photos and had the exact same replicas from inputting it into this database as we have with color photos. So it doesn't see gender, it doesn't see race. What it does see is mathematical measurements.
I also want to add one other thing on this, which is that the algorithm we use, it's DataWorks Plus. There's a NIST is sort of an evaluation, separate from the NYPD. It's sort of an industry standard kind of evaluation system. And DataWorks Plus is sort of one of the sort of recognized algorithms under that NIST evaluation system.
Just have a few more before I pass it. What is the false positive rate of the NYPD's facial recognition system, and how does the department address cases of misidentification?
So, as I understand it, there has never once been a wrongful conviction in NYPD's use of this facial recognition technology in order to determine whether somebody is actually a suspect of interest. So, what I think the important thing to think about is there's multiple layers of human review on this. You have to keep a human in the loop. And what that does is allows a human being to look and compare, right? And again, this is just to help us figure out the identity of somebody. This is not evidence at trial. You might have somebody using homophobic, or this is an actual example, slurs on a train. And the person on the train doesn't know who this person is, but they snap a picture of them before they walk out. Nobody knows who this person is. And so this technology allows us to figure out an identity, which then we can do a further investigation. And in regards to your specific concern, we do many checks internally once the machine gives us a possible match. We have human beings who are checking what's that person's pedigree. Do they even live in the city? Do they have proof that they were outside of the city at the time this incident happened? So just because it gives us that as a lead, we do all these extra things to try to build an outside case to determine, could it even be this person? Were they in a morgue, God forbid? Were they in a hospital at the time? Were they incarcerated somewhere else? So we build a whole case. We don't just rely on that.
Yeah, and if I could add to that as well, you know, it is so much more than just a match on a still, in a sense that the investigators that are assigned are experts. They look for physical characteristics first. What am I talking about? Scars, tattoos, anything that would match up, the bridge to the nose, eyebrows. They're looking at it from a physical standpoint, but then comes in the investigative aspect, right? We need those corroborative factors to actually publish a match. And what am I talking about with that? I'm talking about, like Josh alluded to, is this individual out and available to commit the crime? Look at the past arrests. Have we seen it before? Looking at body cam, we're looking for all those corroborating factors, maybe matches in clothing, matches to social media. So it's so much more than just getting that still. There's a physical and an investigative aspect to it as well, and the investigators are as good as they come at finding them.
Is the NYPD currently using or planning to use artificial intelligence for predictive policing? And if so, how does it address concerns about potential bias?
So for predictive policing, no. We use AI in certain contexts. This is not really a post-act issue, but we have the annual reporting to the city regarding the use of AI. We do have several surveillance technologies that qualify as AI. Facial recognition is one actually that constitutes AI in one form. Patternizer and ShotSpotter are others. But none of those are predictive in nature. They are looking, by definition, at historical data. And so to the extent the question is, do we have plans now to use AI for predictive purposes? At present, no.
How does the NYPD monitor social media activity, and what are the safeguards to ensure protected speech is not unfairly targeted or added to the NYPD's criminal group database, the gang database?
Well, I guess there are a few different parts to that question. In terms of the social media work, we look at publicly available social media. That's what any good investigation would do. We obviously do sometimes use undercovers in the social, in the sort of online space. That definitely happens. In terms of protected speech, again, we take Hanshu incredibly seriously. We have a civilian representative as part of the Hanshu Committee who provides outside civilian oversight, reports to the court every year. One thing we're very proud of, extremely proud of, is that for years now, we have had 100% compliance in the annual report from the civilian representative to the court regarding Hanshu. So I do think we have very, very robust very significant checks in place to avoid the concern that you're raising. And then in terms of the criminal group database, there are times when social media posts could be incredibly significant for assessing whether someone should be entered in the criminal group database. We have tightened our rules on that significantly and narrowed that significantly, but yes, there definitely are times when someone's social media posts are relevant to assessing whether or not someone's a member of a gang.
Thank you. I'd just like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Krishnan as well. Earlier, we were discussing privacy and civil liberty concerns about has the NYPD ever experienced a breach, leak, or unauthorized access to its surveillance data. There was testimony that we heard that said that there's never been a breach or a breach of protocol in use of surveillance technology. We found that my team was researching this quickly, and he's found that there's a whole lawsuit about targeting of Black Lives Matter activists, and it was found to be unauthorized use. Just want to know if there was anything to address that.
So first of all, just to be clear, I was asked earlier about breaches on the IT side, and I said, and I stand by this, that I'm not aware of that, but I wouldn't necessarily know of any possible breach, obviously. And then in terms of a claim by an activist that he or she was unfairly targeted, I'm not familiar with that particular allegation. The fact that someone alleges it does not make it so. And to the extent there's ongoing litigation over that, that litigation will play out. I'm not familiar with the particular matter, but in any event, I wouldn't be commenting on an active pending case.
Thank you. I'm going to pass it to Chair Brewer.
Just quickly, I'm going back to this data issue that I asked earlier. Obviously, there's data that is not going to be available to the public for obvious reasons. But I'm still focused on the fact that the open data portal, which you do produce data for the 7 major categories, are there data lists here that should also be going to the open data portal from your perspective?
Well, the department does produce a tremendous amount of data to the public. Some of it mandated by law, some of it voluntarily. And actually, one example is disclosures that we make regarding drone usage. It's actually a great example we put out, and I'm actually not sure this is mandated by law. Actually, I'm not 100% sure. I think we just do this voluntarily. We disclose, I think each year, I think it's quarterly actually, certainly annually, our number of drone deployments. That's something I think is actually important for the public to understand and to know. It's actually something, it's data, quantifiable, does not impose an undue burden on the department to put that out there. I would want to think about other examples of things like that.
How many times, I would assume it's on a database, how many times the drones have gone out? That's not I don't think, secret information.
No, it's publicly disclosed.
Right, so that would be something that would go onto the open data database?
Yeah, I'm actually not familiar with the open database in particular. Right, now I understand. So I'm not in a position sitting here to actually express a view about the open database in particular, but to be clear, that is data that we share with the public.
Okay. Mr. Chair, go to others and we can always come back. They haven't had a chance.
Thank you. I'll ask a few, and then I think we should open it up since I know the time is limited. Thank you, chairs. Can I get you just to confirm, because at the joint hearing we had back in December of 2023, PD testified that it was not using AI. You've just confirmed that they are. Can you just repeat the programs or tools that PD is using AI?
Right. So we are annually required to report, there's a reporting requirement to City Hall regarding any department technologies that use AI. And the 3 that we report on are Patternizer, ShotSpotter, and facial recognition. I do want to be very, very clear. I said it before, I'll say it again. This is not AI predictive policing. That's not what this is at all. But these are technologies that use AI in some form.
And do you know if the agency plans to comply with the AI action plan?
Yeah, so this is the city-wide action plan. Yes, I mean, I will say that action plan is broad, and the question becomes sort of, what does that mean sort of day to day? I think there's a real challenge in terms of the definition of AI. I think, frankly, everyone sort of struggles with what exactly AI is and what counts as AI and what doesn't.
You've just classified them, so let's go with that. With
Yeah,
those,
yeah, so those
tools.
three, we report on that to City Hall, and we're going to comply with all city laws and mandates 100%.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm going to jump to an IUP document that you all submitted regarding the vendor electromagnetic weapons detection system. Can you just confirm the name of the vendor?
It was Evolve.
About, okay, great. Can you share, regarding facial recognition technology, what are PD's policies on sharing facial recognition data from any agency outside of the PD, of NYPD?
Right, so we certainly will share with other law enforcement agencies in connection with criminal investigations. Again, criminal investigations. We, as you know, again, we work on many task forces.
So, but what are some of the other agencies? What are agencies that you all can share facial recognition data with?
In connection with criminal investigations, all our criminal law enforcement partners. I'm not sure I could list all of them here, but for example, if we're doing a joint case with, criminal case with the FBI or with DEA or with ATF, with state police. I mean, there are others.
They're limited to or crime agencies in New York City, New York State?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
We learned about facial recognition data shared with New Jersey detectives.
Right, so if we were working on a joint criminal case with them, we would share, and quite frankly, if there was a criminal investigation where they came to us and said, hey, can you help us with our criminal investigation, we would provide assistance.
So, and what's the policy? Like, what is the process for them to request that technology from the New York PD? What's the time frame that you can provide that information in?
Yeah, as far as official policy, I can't speak on that. What I can say is this. The assistance that we've provided, for the most part, because our technology is so good, is quite often non-criminal in nature, in that our facial recognition works for more than just crimes, right? What am I talking about? I'm talking about that unidentified individual, or that individual that may have been shot that can't speak, or that DOA that now we need to provide closure. We need to make notifications to someone's family. We've used that technology for that as well, and that's where we've seen some interstate or out-of-state, rather, organization, and it's worked. They know how good our technology is. Once again, just a lead. You know, so many other corroborating factors need to be followed up on, but we have had New Jersey request, hey, you know, we can't identify this individual. They're dead. They can't speak for themselves. Can you help us? And we'd be more than willing to do so.
And I would just add to that, Chair, if you look at our facial recognition policy, which again is posted online, it actually lists the various types, the various ways in which facial recognition technology may be used, along the lines of what Chief Savino just said. It lists, you know, criminal investigations, but then, for example, someone who's deceased or someone who is paralyzed and can't speak is unidentified. So there actually is a list which is publicly available.
Does PD use facial recognition technology obtained from other agencies, by other agencies? FDNY, for example?
Yeah, no, we're quite confident in our technology and stay virtually exclusive to what we have.
Yeah. And I will say, just maybe this is what you're getting at, I'm not sure, as per our policy, and I think I testified to this last time, if members of the department want to go outside the scope of our facial recognition system, they are only allowed to do that with authorization from either the chief of detectives or the deputy commissioner of intelligence and counterterrorism, and that's going to be, you know, in writing and memorialized. That is extremely rare, and again, is only with their authorization.
Okay. I just want to ask a couple questions regarding data sharing, and then we'll move along. Does the NYPD purchase data or act as a consumer with DNA companies, for example? Are you purchasing data from private companies?
Not that I'm aware of, but no, Certainly not the individuals here are aware of.
Say that again?
The individuals here at the table are not aware of that, no.
Okay. What information does the NYPD share with federal law enforcement partners?
Well, if we're working on a joint investigation, typically as part of a task force, we're going to share whatever is relevant to that criminal investigation.
Do you all share real-time access to surveillance with these agencies?
So that's a really good question. No. We almost never allow direct access to our systems. Now, I should say, as you know, we have task force officers who will sit as part of the task force, right? So if you have, let's say, an FBI NYPD task force, you have NYPD detectives who do have direct access, of course, to the system because they're members of the NYPD, and they're sitting, literally next to FBI agents. They're working collaboratively. That's the whole model. That's the whole point. But if the question is about direct access by outside entities, that is incredibly, incredibly rare. But then in terms of the sharing, like I said, it's not broken down by surveillance technology. If we're working on a case jointly with our federal partners or state partners, whoever the partner may be in a criminal investigation, the point is to work collaboratively and as a team, and we're sharing whatever is relevant to that case.
Obviously, in this climate, there's a ton of concern regarding the vulnerability that so many of our constituents are in, specifically with regards to ICE. And so I think a lot of the concerns that folks in my district have, and so many throughout the city, is the ease at which very important information, data that PD has at their disposal, the ease at which it can get transferred to an agency like ICE. I'm aware just from you answering my previous questions that, with permission, federal agencies, any agency, of course, through the right process, can get their hands on this important information, on important data. What can you tell me today? I know things are changing regarding the ease at which ICE can have access to this important data that in the past we were assured was not possible. Has that changed today?
No, that has not changed. Let me be very, very clear about this, and the police commissioner has been crystal clear about this. We do not participate in civil immigration enforcement.
But
we do not.
The data that another agency, for example, attains from PD, that can be shared with ICE.
So we share information in connection with criminal investigations. If your question is it possible that a federal agency then, or a participant in the task force, then uses that or shares that in connection with civil immigration enforcement, that is possible. Yes, it is possible. We do not do that, period. I do want to emphasize that what I'm describing is consistent with the law and is actually addressed in the city law, right? Because if you look at in the admin code 10-178, it has an express carve-out for the task forces, right? It speaks to this situation, that we are allowed to, and we do, work with the task forces as part of task forces on a wide variety of very important criminal investigations. It's incredibly important work for the safety of the city and for fighting crime. We will not and do not provide information in furtherance. We do not provide surveillance technology information, period, in furtherance of civil immigration enforcement. No exceptions to that. What federal agencies then do in terms of their communications and sharing, I can't speak to that.
Can you so the information that, for example, is asked from by a task force, once it's passed over to them, it's out of your control how they're using this data, how they're using facial recognition, how they're using information from the DOS system.
Right. So there may be other restrictions in terms of what they're allowed to do with information. Obviously, if it's grand jury information, there are restrictions on that. But I would note, when our task force officers, our detectives, as part of these task forces, are doing work, they're gathering evidence or data that then belongs to the task force. That is the task force's data. And they they may or may not choose to pass that along to other entities. We can't control that. There is no way for us to have
And
control
there's no
over that.
data sharing agreement with, for example, a task force or Department of Homeland Security before giving that information? There's no...
No, so there are MOUs with all the task forces. There are MOUs that govern our dealings with them. Those do provide rules with data sharing, but the point is that these task forces are federal task forces. The task forces control ultimately how task force information is used. We cannot dictate to federal agencies what they can or can't do as part of their federal investigations. We don't control that. We control what we do. And what we do is we work on criminal cases and partner on criminal cases, and we do not provide assistance in connection with civil immigration enforcement, period.
I understand. I just want to make clear that the non-transparent use of some of these tools is what makes our communities really come out in fear because of the relationship that PD has had with vulnerable and disenfranchised folks in our communities. And so I understand where your limit is, but oftentimes the overuse of these tools in a way that was not transparent, in a way that is oftentimes New Yorkers aren't even made aware that their biometric information is being captured. And so the risk of that being caught up in something that didn't concern them is a legitimate fear for so many. So I understand what you're saying, but it's not going to stop our communities from really pushing you all as an agency on the relevancy and the use of these tools, because it puts a lot of people at risk.
Totally understood, and I just want to emphasize again, one, that we're going to follow the law. Second, as I mentioned in my opening testimony, we actually have been in a very productive dialogue with some of our biggest critics, actually, in this space, really to understand better kind of their concerns, for them to hear from us as well, really with the goal of addressing some of what you're talking about, and working towards changes to the Post Act that, again, are going to, I think, address concerns that have been raised by the council, that have been raised by advocacy groups, while also not undermining our ability to use these tools for public safety.
I'm just going to ask one more question, Chairs, and then I'll pass it back. So thank you for your responses. This one is just, I'm curious on the purchase of particular tools made on behalf of PD. So I was made aware through Checkbook and Passport that DCAS made purchases on NYPD's behalf, specifically the bots, spending about $200,000. Is that, I don't know if you can confirm that. And part two of that question is that a common practice for other agencies to purchase technology items for PD's use?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. The truth is, the people of the department who would be best suited to answer your question in this regard are actually not sitting here. This is really a contracting issue and a sort of a budget side issue.
But to your knowledge, all of the technology tools that, let's say, are included in your participation of the Post Act are purchased by PD?
In terms of like the contracts being PD contracts versus being city contracts, that I really can't speak to. I'm not the right person to answer that question.
Did you want to say something?
No.
Okay, we'll follow up then. Thank you, Chair. So I'll pass it.
Thank you. We're going to hear from Councilmember Caban.
Thank you. Before I start my questions, I just want to clarify the record and provide some context for the record. The facial recognition website that you referenced in your testimony and celebrated, it's old and it's outdated. Those stats haven't been updated since 2019, and the patrol guide section posted on it is from 2020, even though the most recent version is from 2022. It also doesn't list any information about false positives and false negatives. So I just want that to be known. And then you said in your testimony, there's never been a breach of protocol in the use of surveillance technology, correct?
That's not what I said, council member. That is not what I said. I was asked about whether there was an IT breach in connection with surveillance technology.
So has there been a breach of protocol in surveillance technology? That's my question to you.
If the question is, has anyone ever failed to follow any department policy in connection with any surveillance technologies? Yes, I'm sure that has happened at some point.
Thank you. I want to.
Wait, hold on, Councilmember.
5 minutes
No,
for
but
questions.
see,
I asked
no.
no
It's not a yes or no question. It's not.
It did.
It's
it
not.
did. You said
No,
yes
it's
or no.
actually, it's actually really not.
Chair,
We,
can you help me out?
I would like to be able,
Thanks for my time. It was
I
a
would
yes
like
or
to
no
be able
question.
to respond to the council member and to provide a full answer. That's all.
We've only got 5 minutes though for limited
Thank
for
you.
every
So-
member, and you all have a hard stop, correct?
I will stay here longer so I can answer the council member's question. I would like to be able to answer her question, please.
It's a yes or no.
It's
question.
not a yes or no question.
Has
It's
there
a-
ever been a breach of
you
protocol
kn-
and surveillance
Council member, there are 50,000 members of the NYPD.
Then the answer is yes.
And the question, and the point is that we have policies in place. We take this incredibly seriously. If we learn of such breaches, people face discipline.
Thank you.
But if the question is, are we perfect? The answer is no, we are not perfect.
Great, thank you. Now, I believe you also testified that there has not been a false conviction based on the use of this technology, correct?
I am not aware
Okay.
of a false conviction that resulted from our use of facial recognition
That's
technology.
just, no, you're not aware. I just want to note that a false conviction is not the same as a false arrest or a false positive, and those two things are actually really, really harmful things, and that distinction is important. Thank you for answering that question. Okay, so in relation to documents, documenting and preserving discovery materials related to the Drone as a First Responder program, what are the procedures you have in place specifically for the Drone as a First Responder program, not just the drones in general, that would ensure the preservation of the materials related to a criminal investigation or arrest? How and when are those materials provided to prosecutors? And how does a prosecutor become informed that a drone was used as part of an investigation? What discoverable materials are generated?
Right. So in connection with a criminal case, right, a drone video, like any video, that is relevant to that criminal investigation, we put into the sort of our system as part of that case, and then that will get sent over to the DA's office, the prosecutor's office, as part of discovery.
Okay. And so you're saying that in this case, when you have discovery materials related to the Drone as a First Responder program, NYPD is always documenting that and preserving it to hand over to the prosecutor.
We are, to the best of our ability, in good faith, acting to preserve all materials that are relevant to a criminal case, whether it's from a drone or otherwise. We do our very best to meet our discovery obligations.
Your very best, the best of your ability. Would you say that results in that happening 70% of the time, 80% of the time, 40% of the time, 90% of the time? What is the best of your ability? Because again, this is discovery information involved in a criminal investigation that then gets prosecuted, and somebody's liberty is at stake. So I want to know what the best of your ability at the NYPD amounts to in terms of complying with that discovery
If
request.
you're asking for what percentage of times we fall short in our discovery obligations, I'm not going to be able to answer that question, and you know it. We do.
You should.
No, we do our very best. We, council member, we of course try to be as close to perfect as we can be. If your question is, are we perfect? The answer is no.
Except that the public has a right to know how often you guys are what your best of the ability is in complying with discovery laws, especially when that information could be Brady material, for example, or it could be to the detriment of a person's defense by not having that discovery. I think it is an absolutely fair question to say, what is the best of your ability? Are you complying with the discovery laws by 80%, 90%? What is it?
Right, and the answer is that institutionally, we are committed to complete compliance, 100% compliance with the discovery laws. To the extent we ever fall short, I'm not sure how we would generate the data to answer your question.
I just have one question to complete this line of questions, since we cannot get an answer on what the best of your ability is. So I have information that there are reports basically that NYPD is not documenting and preserving discovery materials related to this program. And so, for example, I've been told that prosecutors in Brooklyn are telling us that they can't provide the drone deployment report because the officer never completed one, and they can't provide the video from the drone because it was never preserved, and it was either overwritten or deleted, and they can't provide any metadata because it was similarly never preserved. And so my question to you, based on the information we're getting from Brooklyn DAs, is, are they lying or are you lying?
Councilmember, no one is lying here. And, frankly, if you just suggest that we're sitting here lying, it's just wrong. It is just wrong. We come here.
Is it accurate
No,
then?
hold on, Councilmember. We come here prepared. We want to answer all your questions to the best of our ability in good faith. And if you don't like what we're doing, that's one thing. But to suggest that we're lying, it's just outrageous.
No, I'm asking a question. You're
no,
saying
it really
you're
is
doing
outrageous.
it, and the DAs in Brooklyn are saying you're not. So which one is it?
Councilmember, I am not sure what you're referring to here.
I just
I want to be
said-
very, very clear.
It's
we are
referring
testifying.
to the discovery materials from the Drone as a First Responder program.
And if there is a particular case where you have concerns about our compliance with our discovery obligations, you should please let us know. We will happily look into it. But I just want to be very, very clear. The suggestion that we are sitting here and lying is outrageous.
So are the Brooklyn prosecutors not giving accurate information that you are not turning over?
Councilmember, I don't even know what you're referring to. I have no idea what you're talking
listed it
about.
out.
No, you've spoken vaguely about, you've heard from people. If you want to refer to a particular case, we will certainly look into it. If you believe we have failed in our discovery obligations in a particular matter, we will definitely look into it.
Councilmember, can we just wrap up? We have
No, I'm
Councilmember
done.
Osei
Thank
is next. I apologize. Councilmember Osei, and can we quiet down over here?
Thank you, chairs. I have several questions. In the first part, I want to ask about deployment. I know that you spoke about the deployment of drones when it came to protests, but could you go more in depth in terms of other instances when drones are deployed, depending on the investigation?
Good morning.
Morning.
I could speak a little bit to how we deploy drones within the department. For example, if there was a flood incident, a building collapse, we've deployed them at building collapses. We deploy them on our beaches, 4 New York City beaches. A missing child, a traffic incident, things of that nature. Anywhere where we think it could be a force multiplier and assist our units on the ground, if a drone is capable of assisting them, we'll deploy the drone.
Are there other instances where drones are just deployed for basic surveillance?
No.
Okay. In terms of data and how it's collected, when data that is collected through a drone, how long is that data kept for?
The baseline is 30 days.
30 days, and
But
then
again, and if whether for a case or otherwise, it could be, obviously, that can be taken and sort of extended. Sometimes it has to be kept for much longer, but the baseline is 30 days. And Councilmember, just to go back to just 1 second for your question earlier, when you asked about general surveillance, and that is codified in department policy, that we will not use drones for general surveillance of that sort.
Okay, thank you for that information. So if the data is determined to not be needed, it's destroyed, or what happens with that data?
After 30 days, it's deleted. It's not. Oh, right. So it's written over. In other words, it's like a was it first in, first out sort of thing. But after 30 days, it'll be manually overridden. Yeah.
And it's not saved in a cloud or a third-party application, or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Are there, in terms of some of the other technology that you use, whether it's through drones or facial recognition, are there third-party programs or services that the NYPD contracts or uses for this surveillance?
Can you just ask that question again?
When it comes to data collection, facial recognition, maybe even the drones, are there third-party services that are used or programs outside of the NYPD that are used for that data collection?
Well, certainly not facial recognition, or not. I mean, there is a HIDA piece of the facial recognition that's discussed in the DOI report. Discussed that a little bit. The drones. Excuse me. The drones are our drones. Are there any surveillance technologies? Well, there are surveillance technologies where we're using third-party vendors. That definitely is the case. And then, then I will say, I think maybe this is where you're going. Any contract we have with a vendor will have a standard Exhibit A. That's has sort of standard privacy provisions. It's actually publicly available. You can get it on the city website. And that's going to be standard and non-negotiable for any vendor who would have access to data from surveillance technology.
And I think you spoke earlier about the NYPD's use of artificial intelligence or AI. Is that something that you guys are currently using?
Well, as I mentioned, we've disclosed that there are 3 surveillance technologies that we have that fall within the broad ambit of AI.
And those are purchased through IEPs. The use of those are purchased through IEPs. The use of.
You purchased through.
Are you paying third-party services to use?
Oh no,
those AI
like
programs?
for example, so when we're talking about ShotSpotter, we're talking about Patternizer, and we're talking about what was the third? It was and facial recognition, right? So those are all surveillance technologies. Those programs, the way they work, there is an AI component to it, right? It's the learning of what the gunshot sounds like. It's the learning of sort of facial matching. That process that allows the program to do that has an AI component to it.
Sure. Thank you for that answer. The last question that I have is, I know that I spoke about instances in terms of when drones are deployed, and I think it was noted in regards to floods or building collapses. And I know that those are not necessarily criminal investigations, but in the process of when those drones are deployed, is there any mechanism for protecting the data and biometrics of bystanders when the drones are capturing footage of a flood or of a building that is collapsing?
I'm not sure this totally answers your question, but the way I'm thinking about that is, if we're in a situation, building collapse, flood, we're talking exigent circumstances, right? We're trying to save lives. In terms of how a drone is deployed and zooming in there, we're going to do what we need to do to try to keep people safe and, again, save people. I think what you're getting at is, okay, we're doing that. Is it possible that some random person has their face captured on the drone footage? Yes, that is possible. And then again, it would be deleted after 30 days.
Even if it is a building collapse or a flood, that footage is deleted after 30 days?
So that's a good question. I actually don't. The question is, would that video be otherwise retained for some reason?
Right.
I actually don't know the answer.
And then if a bystander is captured within that footage, is that documented and kept within a certain data file or cloud?
Right, but so we don't know the answer to that question. Why don't we will get back to you.
Okay, maybe let's say in 14 days we could get a response to the chair
Yes.
and maybe my email as well about an answer to that
That's
question.
fine.
Thank you very much. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you as well. We are now going to hear from Councilmember Palladino.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. I got up and I got upset before because I will explain myself. This is not a courtroom, okay? And when you are being prosecuted as such, as criminals, I get a little upset because the chairman and chairwomen of these committees have a responsibility. They certainly do take their freedom of that responsibility with me whenever I need to say something that goes against the grain of the dominating body in this room. So with that being said, let me ask you this. You've made great strides in technology. You've made great strides in everything. And yet, we're looking to tie you up again. I want to ask you just a quick one question because I'm not being critical. Are the criticisms that the NYPD is not transparent enough under the Post Act justified? Let's keep it simple.
Yeah. I think we go to great lengths to be transparent. We have tried very, very, very hard to fulfill our obligations under the law. I do think that DOI sometimes identifies errors in our IUPs. They do these audits. I wish they found nothing, but no, they do find things. They do a deep dive. It's incredibly thorough. It's actually very helpful to us. It's very valuable. We learn from those reports. They identify things where we need more information, or there's ambiguity, or we're missing something, and then we fix it. So that, that's a good thing and a healthy thing. Do I think writ large we are fulfilling our obligations under the Act? I do. Do I think we are working very hard and in good faith to be transparent with the public? Yes.
The other question is simple as well. I heard discussions about ICE here in this room. Quite clearly, it has been made very clear over the last week that's been publicized that ICE will now have an area of Rikers Island, whereas they will be able to figure out exactly who the criminals are. I want to just clear for the record that we are not knocking on people's doors. ICE is not knocking on people's doors, taking innocent people out of their homes, out of their schools, or anything like that. You are going to cooperate strictly for the criminal element. Is that correct?
We are engaged in criminal law enforcement.
That is correct.
That is what we are doing. That's what we've
I want
done.
to clarify because,
There should be no confusion on this. And
That's
again, the police commissioner has been crystal clear.
Clear.
We do criminal law enforcement. We've done it in the past. We do it now. We will do it in the future. It's incredibly important. It's what the NYPD does every day, and we do it with our federal partners every day. And it's incredibly important. And we're very devoted to that work. It's a very important work.
Because there are communities that are being very hard hit by the migrant crime and everything that's been going on. Now, I would think that most people would be appreciative of the fact that we are going to help get to the bottom of the crime element that's going on in the city right now. It's taken over our city. So just to be clear once again, ICE is not going after innocent people. ICE is going after strictly the worst of the worst in the criminal element.
We are doing criminal enforcement.
Thank you.
Criminal law enforcement,
That's
it's what we
all.
do every day.
Okay, good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We will now hear from Councilmember Ayala.
Yeah, I have a question, but I just want to piggyback off of Councilmember Palladino's statement. Many years ago, when I was a staffer on the City Council, before we moved ICE out of Rikers, I had an incident that was very personal. I had a neighbor of mine whose son turned 18 years old. She brought him here when he was 3 years old. He was not a documented citizen. He was a good kid, went to school. He gets picked up for a murder. He's a suspect in a murder case. He goes to Rikers Island. They realize a couple of months later that the kid was not involved in any incident. He was not the person. He wasn't there. He wasn't affiliated with anyone. And so they release him. And they release him to ICE. He didn't commit a crime. And so we need to be very clear that when we are fighting, we're saying if a person has not been convicted of a crime, they are not therefore a criminal, under quotes. And that's the concern, is that people will get swept up because they're simply at Rikers at the time. Not that they committed a crime that they were convicted of. So let's just get that very, very clear, because I keep hearing it over and over again, and it really, really bothers me. There's a distinction between, having been committed and not. My question, however, is on the DNA. According to media reports, the NYPD's DNA database contains as many as 82,473 genetic profiles, including samples obtained from children. Why is the DNA database not listed in the report, and how does the NYPD obtain DNA samples?
Right, so you mean why is it not in the IUPs?
Yes.
Because it's the OCME's database, it's not ours. It's an OCME database. So it's not an oversight or anything. It's because it's maintained by OCME and not by the NYPD. It doesn't fall within the scope of the Post Act.
Okay.
And then in terms of the data, I also don't have the data here. I can't really speak to the data you were citing.
Regarding the number,
The numbers, I just don't have that here
Okay,
with me.
but do you know how the NYPD goes about obtaining DNA samples?
I mean, there are various ways we do that. Sometimes it can be by consent. Sometimes it can be an abandonment sample. Sometimes it can be by court order. Those, I guess, are the three ways.
The abandoned property? one?
Right, so an abandonment can be in a variety of contexts. It could be, I mean, sometimes it could be abandoned, frankly, at a crime scene, right? That there are times when at a crime scene, we'll be able to identify something that may have DNA, and then it does have DNA. That could be an incredibly valuable investigative tool. There also could be an abandonment sample where someone is at a precinct and leaves behind DNA in a cup, for example, and then that can be used to get potentially a DNA exemplar. So I would say, consent, abandonment, court order. Those are the three basic categories.
What, is it really abandonment if I don't know that I'm abandoning it and you're gonna collect it for DNA? I mean, like, do you disclose that information to folks?
No, and I think the idea of abandonment, I think you can abandon something without knowing you're abandoning it. Sure, the person who unintentionally,
Entrapment to me.
the person who unintentionally leaves evidence behind at a crime scene, for example, right?
That's fair game.
That's fair game.
Yes.
Right. Someone does that in the precinct. Legally, that's fair game too.
Well, I don't think so, because if I'm hanging out with, let's say, Natasha here, Natasha commits a crime, and now I'm brought in for interrogation, and I happen to have a cup of coffee, and I leave my cup of coffee there, I didn't commit a crime. You don't have any evidence that I committed a crime, because otherwise you would have arrested me. Why would I not know that you would be collecting my DNA? Why would my DNA be in any type of database?
Well, I want to be clear. The fact, I mean, the scenario you're describing, where someone is coming in, you just happen to be at that place, you're a witness, whatever it may be. The idea that we're just surreptitiously taking your DNA, that's not my understanding of what happens at all.
Okay, so that's what I want
At
to
all.
understand.
But what about a different scenario in which you're a suspect?
Yes.
You're not a witness to the crime. You're a suspect to the crime. You've come in to talk to the NYPD. You're talking to us.
Yes.
You then leave your DNA behind in something you ate or you drank, whatever. In that scenario, I understand the policy considerations that you're talking about. I get it. I do. But just as a legal matter, right?
I don't have a problem with you collecting the DNA.
Yeah.
It's the way that you collect the DNA that I have the problem with. Because if the person is a suspect in a crime, you have every right to, to investigate and do what you have to do. But why couldn't you get a warrant, get a court permission to obtain the DNA sample? Why, because to me it's very misleading. And it almost seems like entrapment. And God knows how many people are on that database that have committed no crime, right, or haven't been found guilty of committing any crime.
So just as a legal matter, I don't think it's not entrapment. I think certainly, look, there are situations where we go get court orders for DNA.
Yes.
There also are situations where we could be investigating an incredibly serious crime. We don't yet have enough to get a warrant, right? But we have an opportunity because someone, in whatever context, left DNA behind, and that may be the linchpin in being able to charge that person or exonerate that person, right? It cuts both ways, right? The DNA may be incredibly powerful proof that someone is guilty. It also may be incredibly powerful proof that someone is innocent. And we have examples of both of those, I think. So I understand what you're saying, of course, and I understand kind of the sort of policy questions. I do think what I'm describing is legally permissible and appropriate.
Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to add one thing, right? You're talking about the local DNA database, just something I discovered recently when we were talking about this, and I'm going to double check the exact number, but 60 to 70%, I think it's actually a little higher than 70%, already have a conviction and their DNA has been collected pursuant to state law and is in the state database already.
Okay.
Already. Because you said God knows how many people are on that who never did nothing. I hear you.
So we know it's a potential 30% of the 82,000.
Well, all I'm saying is they've already been convicted under and are on the state database. That's all I know. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, I know that we have an upcoming hearing on this, so I hope that you come prepared with all of the data. And thank you.
We're going to hear from Councilmember Farias.
Thank you, chairs. I'm very simple today. I appreciate the support generally on the bill and working together to get to a place where you feel comfortable with timelines. If it's not every quarter, that it seems like based off of DOI's reporting on the Post Act is quarterly, which I think we tried to mirror here, what would be a time frame if you folks have a time frame at all?
Well, my thinking was this: the DOI's report is annual. So I think it could be either we do it once a year, or I do want to make sure DOI has what it needs when it needs it. I certainly think if it was twice a year, that would be sufficient. And if you timed it such that, it's they're getting the data, 6 months before they're doing their report, and then, 6 months after, and then 6 months. So I think that from where I'm sitting, I think that would give them more than enough time. It's not obvious to me, given that it's an annual audit, why you would need it quarterly, if you see what I mean. That just seems like it's additional work without really much of a payoff in terms of the work they're doing.
DOI seems to be doing quarterly reports already. I mean, they do have their big annual, but in terms of what gets reported to us and what's publicly reported on their website, it seems to be somewhat quarterly. It doesn't look as regular quarterly, but I think that's why we initially drafted the language the way we did. But I understand your line of thinking of their larger audited report reflective on analysis is annual.
Yeah, and I can say I can't speak to what DOI communicates to the city council, obviously. But in terms of the reports, there was a report for 2022, and then I think this is correct. I think the 2023 report got delayed until May of 2024. Then there was another report in December of 2024. But I think it is roughly on an annual schedule. If I'm wrong about that, someone will tell me, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
We just went through the OIG, NYPD reporting and scheduling. I just did a quick post-act search, and it seemed to be like December, May. There was like a couple months. Regardless of it, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on, on where you folks would be open to, where do you see that time framing?
If it were twice a year, we'd have no objection.
Okay, and I'd love to just talk offline, just make sure we're all in alignment.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
We're going to hear from Councilmember Holder.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Nice to see you again. And
Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for your testimony and answering the tough questions. Regarding cooperation with federal authorities and whatever agencies involved, you mentioned about criminal activity. Let's say human trafficking, drug activity, smuggling, gang activity, kidnapping, murder investigations. You cooperate with federal authorities readily.
We do in criminal matters of a wide variety. The list you just gave and then many more. We have a variety of federal task forces.
And that's paramount. That's solving and getting information. You'll share information with federal authorities.
In connection with criminal investigations, absolutely. And by the way, that's not new. I mean, we've put additional resources into that because it is so important. We have put additional detectives into a number of the federal task forces. We're proud of that work, but it's not new. We've been working with federal federal agencies as part of federal task forces for many, many years.
And that makes everyone safer. Certainly, do you share, and vice versa, do you share technology with federal authorities?
So just to be clear, it's not so much, it's not about direct access, but as I said before, when we think about partnering with another law enforcement agency, maybe it's FBI or maybe it's DEA or whoever it may be, that's a partnership. The expectation is that they're going to share with us and we're going to share with them. That's what it means to work collaboratively. And quite frankly, if multiple law enforcement agencies were working on an investigation together and they were not sharing information, that would be a disaster. It would be a disaster for the investigation, and frankly, in some ways, it actually could be dangerous. So we don't break that down by surveillance technology, right? If you have you think about a task force where an NYPD detective is working shoulder to shoulder with an FBI agent, right? And it's a great model for so many different reasons in terms of solving crimes. They're working collaboratively. They're sharing information in a fluid way. It's not broken down by different types of surveillance technologies. It's what do we have? What do we need? What do we
right.
get?
So you're not going to actually nitpick certain things. Oh, this was done this way or that way, but just based on you're not worried about somebody's immigration status when they're part of a gang, let's say, that are kidnapping or murdering people. You don't care about that. You care about the
that is
crime.
correct. It is
Right.
if you are committing crimes, federal crimes, state crimes, local crimes, whatever it may be, you're committing crimes. We don't care if you are a citizen, if you are not a citizen, whatever your immigration status is, that is all irrelevant. We are here to fight crime, to solve crimes, to keep people safe. One very important way we do that is by working with our federal partners.
And just one question on facial recognition technology. That's improved over the years tremendously, right? Because I know we keep hearing the same old stories, maybe that are 10 years old already at this point. Can you tell me how it is improved and what percentage, or I don't know if you know this, but what percentage of crimes are solved maybe because of that little photo recognition of somebody, like let's say on the subway, we have cameras on the subway.
So it's, and I want to come back to what some folks here said before, and I think it's important. So first, yes, I do think the technology has gotten a lot better. And again, Chair Salam mentioned this, in the early days of facial rec, certain studies about racial disparities, obviously a very serious matter. I do think the technology has gotten much better. But again, it's never, by definition, it's never that photo match alone, right? Because that's the whole point. It's only a lead.
No, that's an important point
It's
that we
really
learned.
important because on the one hand, it's an incredibly valuable tool, right? And I don't know if for now, but we could come up with lots of examples of cases where that match made the difference in terms of being able to ultimately get to probable cause and make the arrest. At the same time, I don't want to say that was the sole reason, because by definition, as Chief Savino said, there always has to be that human element in next steps.
Essentially, it's one tool.
It's a tool, a valuable tool, but only a tool.
It's not. It doesn't. Nobody says, and nobody implied that it's just the photo is it, and that's the guy. No, you have to have a human element. And because I've been through that, I've seen it, and I even tried to pick out somebody in a lineup. It was computer generated, and I couldn't because the people, the guy in the 6 or the 5 photos looked like the same person.
We have very strict rules about photo arrays.
So there has to be the human element.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back to Chair Brewer.
Back to the data issue. So I think Councilmember Gutierrez asked if the police department buys data, and you said no correctly. So my question is, do you sell data, or do you have agreements with vendors that allow any use of data for other purposes?
Certainly not to my knowledge. Selling data, you mean like to third parties? I'm certainly aware of no such thing. Our vendor agreements, like I said, have standard language that would flat out prohibit that. They can't do that. Again, we share with other law enforcement agencies. That's a very different matter. But if you're talking about selling our data to commercial entities, no.
Okay, that's helpful. Second, on the drone, back to the drones a little bit. So you have a lot more drones, which makes sense, more capacities. Has the police department updated its unmanned aircraft systems, IUP, to reflect the changes of the numbers and how they're going about their business?
Yeah, so I know exactly what you're getting at, which is the latest DOI report in December pointed out a number of deficiencies in our drone IUP.
Right.
I think, I'm not sure if I agree with 100% of what they said, but I think a lot of it is totally fair. Totally fair. And we haven't given our formal response yet,
Right.
but I can just tell you now that we are going to be accepting most, if not all, of those recommendations, and we're going to be revising the drone IUP in light of that report, because I think they make some very, very fair points about our need to update that IUP to reflect various steps that we've taken.
Okay, that's helpful. And then just finally back to my data Portal, so drone data is quarterly reported on the website, as you know, but it's not in the open data portal. Don't forget, this is 20-year discussion with Gail Brewer, because even though it's on your information portal, it's not on the open data, and it is supposed to. I think there are about 1,400 deployments in the fourth quarter of last year, and so that would have been an example of going on the open data portal. So will you make sure that the data that is supposed to go on the open data go on the open data portal?
I'm not familiar with the open data portal. That's on me. Certainly to the extent. What was that? I'm sorry. I know. I understand.
I spent 5 years getting the data from PD onto the open data portal, and this. Go ahead.
No, understood. Chair, to the extent we have data that we are publicly sharing, but we are required to put on the open data portal, and we have not been doing that properly, we will get that fixed.
Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you. I just have a few follow-up questions. You mentioned that the department does not use AI for predictive policing. I want to follow up on that. To be clear, does the department use predictive policing tools or plan to use them?
I'm certainly not aware of any plan right now to use AI as a predictive tool in terms of policing. Is it possible at some point in the future we would explore that? Yes, of course that's possible. But is it something that's under consideration right now? Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did you have any conversations with vendors regarding this?
I certainly have not. Is it possible that someone at the NYPD at some point had a conversation? Chair, that I can't speak to. What I can say in terms of my understanding of our plans, in terms of the leadership of the NYPD, we do not at present have plans to use AI as a predictive policing tool. Is it possible that a member of the department had, I'm sure there are lots of conversations that are had with lots of people about lots of possibilities. That's a very different thing than the department undertaking some program or plan, and I am aware of no such thing.
Just want to move to electromagnetic weapons detection system. Well, first let me start with this. Where are the electromagnetic weapons detection systems deployed by the NYPD? Which subway stations are equipped with these systems, and how many stations have them? Are they installed in locations other than subway stations?
So that was a pilot program, but where the pilot concluded, we have not continued with those systems, so they're not in use at all.
Gotcha. According to the Impact and Use Policy, the IUP, the document for electromagnetic weapons detection system, only a department executive at the rank of captain or above can designate a transit entry. Well, hold on for 1 second. So just a last one before I send it to Councilmember Chair Gutierrez. Compliance with the POSTA Act. The OIG NYPD report criticized the NYPD's overly broad grouping of surveillance technologies under existing IUPs. The OIG found that the grouping of technologies like DigiDog under existing IUPs was overly expansive. Why does the department continue to group new technologies under old policies instead of issuing separate, detailed IUPs?
Right. So there's this talk about grouping. It's not a grouping issue, at least not from my vantage point. There is a disagreement with DOI, and let me explain. A new surveillance technology requires its own IUP. Everyone agrees on that. It's also clear from the statute, this is in the POST Act, that if you have an enhancement to a surveillance technology, or you use surveillance technology for a new purpose or in a new manner, you just update the old IUP. You don't do a new IUP. So if it's new, it gets a separate IUP, but if it's an enhancement or a new purpose or a new manner, you use the old IUP. And the question is, right, where do you draw that line between what's new versus what's an enhancement? What's new versus what's a different purpose or a different manner? The way we've thought about this is you have a certain surveillance technology. It then gets deployed in different hardware in different forms, for different purposes and in different manners, and that all goes within one IUP. That's how we have read the statute. DOI has had and has a different reading of the statute, and its view is that basically, at a certain point, the hardware is sufficiently different and the sort of deployment is sufficiently different that it requires its own IUP. I think actually both of those are possible readings of the statute, right? I understand what DOI is saying. I mean, DOI has its view. I think they understand what we're saying too. But that said, we've already committed, as the DOI commissioner said earlier, we've already committed to doing a separate IUP for DigiDog. That's about to happen. We've already committed to really rethinking how we do the scope of the IUPs, right? We've already committed to that. Can I say that we're never going to have a disagreement again with DOI about, what's the scope of a surveillance technology? No, I can't say that, of course. But I think at this point, the gap between how we're going to do this going forward and how DOI is doing this is actually very, very small. We do have some work to do in terms of breaking up some of the IUPs and taking some things and sort of separating them out. And we have to do that, and that is going to take some time. It's not going to happen overnight. But we've already agreed to do that.
The OIG recommended that in the future, the NYPD should only group substantially similar technologies together. How will the NYPD assess whether technologies are substantially similar, and will this result in more detailed IUPs for distinct technologies?
Right, so I guess there's two issues, right? There's the level of detail, and then there's separate IUPs. Those are really separate things. As I said before, in terms of level of detail, DOI sort of, critiques our IUPs. Often we agree in terms of the level of detail question. Sometimes we disagree, but often there's agreement. I think this is going to result in more IUPs, 100%. And we are planning, and again, this is not new. We already committed to this, that we're going to be looking at our IUPs and to some extent breaking some of them up. DigiDog is one example. It's already referenced in the situational awareness IUP, but now it's going to get its own separate IUP. And there are other examples like that. There is, by definition, there's always going to be some line drawing. That is inescapable, right? And there are judgment calls. That is also inescapable. There's no getting away from that entirely. But I do think what you're going to see going forward is, I think, a much closer alignment, frankly, between how we're viewing this and how DOI is viewing this.
Thank you. I'm going to pass it to Chair Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I have a couple of questions, but just off of the IUP discussion, I know that many of the recommendations made by DOI in the Commissioner's testimony were regarding a lack of specificity around data retention. I think for the 2023 report specifically, I don't know if you have her testimony in front of you, but there are a number of the recommendations that she shared in her testimony today were regarding not sufficient information in procedures related to data retention. Yes. So my question is, how do you all look at the relevance of the specificity of data, specifically that DOI is asking about, and how do you, is this a practice that you all intend on improving for the next reporting, or just moving forward?
Right. So I will say, I think there are a few places where, and Commissioner Strauber mentioned this earlier, there's a few places where we have continued to reject DOI's recommendations. And those are places, I think, this is going to cover most of it, not all, but most of it are places where DOI acknowledges it's not required by the Post Act. And these are recommendations of things that basically DOI thinks we should do, but are not statutorily mandated. you know, I think we may well have revisions to the Post Act that are going to mandate additional disclosures in this space, and then we're going to abide by that. I certainly think we do describe sort of what our baseline data retention policies for our surveillance technologies. You know, going forward, to the extent there are particular technologies where DOI thinks we need more, I mean, we can hear that on a case-by-case basis, but again, you know, in my experience, a lot of the time, most of the time, when DO identifies particular gaps in the IUPs, we're usually amenable to changing that. It's not 100%, but we often are.
Okay, thank you. My next question is regarding the contract with Evolve.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know I know that there's been a little bit of misleading statements around the capability of the technology, and I'm referring to the electromagnetic weapons detection system. Evolve is who the vendor is, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So just curious, because I know that there's been multiple lawsuits and maybe a federal investigation or two. So my question is if the NYPD was aware of these investigations prior to establishing the pilot program with Evolve.
I really can't speak to that. I mean, I was involved, frankly, in the IUP part of it.
Okay.
So I can speak to the Post Act piece for Evolve, and I can speak also to kind of the Fourth Amendment considerations that went into kind of the program, into the special needs exception that we describe in the IUP. But in terms of like the contract, you know, the business dealings with Evolve, I really can't speak to that.
And this is and is the pilot ongoing?
No. The pilot concluded long ago, many months ago now.
Okay.
And it's not in use at all.
And considering that some of these investigations are pretty public, are you all looking at ways to improve the vetting process moving forward with some of these technology vendors? I mean, this was like easy Google search, by the way.
Right. Again, I'm actually like not involved in that piece. I really can't
I know, I'm
speak to
hoping
that.
you take it back.
We will 100% take it back. Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna fast forward because I know we have limited time to contracts that they're not equipped to answer today. My question is specifically about OTI. If you can answer, I know they're not here, but these are questions just in relationship to OTI. Has there been any instance where, to your knowledge, OTI has denied the department's request to use specific surveillance technology?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm also, I mean, I'm not aware of any such circumstance. I'm also not sure about what process kind of you're referring to in terms of their approval or disapproval.
Well, in many instances, Commissioner Frazier and many representatives from OTI have said, like, if there's any technology contract with any agency, it goes through OTI. So that's why PD being an agency, that's why I'm asking to confirm that.
The answer to your question is I'm not aware of that, but again, I really do want to emphasize, and I'm sorry to be a broken record about this, like, you have the wrong people here to talk about contracting.
Say that again?
If you have questions about contracting, like that process, or
You have 7 binders today.
on many other subjects,
Boy,
but
okay.
but not that.
That's fair. Are you aware if PD enters into any demonstration projects?
What do you mean by demonstration project?
So just specific like pilots that are just non-committal to maybe just kind of test or gauge specific technologies.
We certainly sometimes do pilot programs. We certainly do pilot programs where we're not paying for a technology and we're just using it for a short period of time.
Can you share any example of that?
I mean, for example, my understanding is that Evolve, and again, I'm not in the weeds of this, but my understanding is we didn't pay for that. That was just a pilot. It was free. That's my understanding. There may be other examples. I wouldn't know.
You don't have another example. Okay. Can I ask if, to your knowledge, the special expense purchase contracts or specs agreement, does NYPD continue to keep those contracts confidential?
Right. So So those contracts, right, this was referred to earlier, right? It used to be, and this was not a secret, it was with the controller and others, right? There was this process for these contracts being non-public. That ended some number of years ago. So those were non-public contracts at a time when it was permissible for those contracts to be non-public, right? I want to be clear about that. There was then a FOIL request for those contracts. There was extended litigation. There was a ruling very recently, I believe it was from the First Department, requiring that those contracts be disclosed on a rolling basis, and we're going to comply with that court order.
Okay, thank you. I have just one more question, and this is regarding my city. Do your best here. This is just specific to information that my city, which is the city's one-stop shop, administered by Do It or OTI. At a previous hearing, they had shared that the data sharing is mostly governed by the identifying information writer. And so my question is, they shared that if PD needs some of this data information, obviously they make the request to the agency. My question is, what is the process for NYPD to request data to this particular vendor whose data was collected through the My City portal? Are you familiar with the My City portal?
I'm not.
Okay. I mean, it was launched like a year and a half ago. It's essentially, right now, it's mainly like for people looking for childcare options, looking to apply for a 3K spot. But there is personal information that is collected on that site.
Yeah.
And so part of our concern, obviously, is what does the city do with this data that's collected? There's also a portion of it for like small businesses, which is a little wonky, but that is like the purpose of the site. But it's this administration's like big thing.
Right, and is your question basically whether, and if so, how the department like requests data from this site? Is that the?
Yes, if they need to request, if they're requesting information or data from OTI from the My City portal.
Yeah, so I don't know the answer to that, but we can get back to you on that.
Okay. Okay, we can follow up. I think I'm all done. I'll pass it to Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll now move to public testimony.
Oh, you got it.
Sorry, he's way above my pay, but you can reach out to me for anything, okay? We'll go with it. No, it's okay, don't worry about it.
All right. So thank you. I'm now going to open up the hearing for public testimony. I remind the members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, Members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak today, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's oversight hearing topic, the NYPD Post Act, or Introductions 168, 233, 480, and 978. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of the close of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. For in-person panelists, please come up to the table once your name has been called. So we'll call the Brooklyn Defender Services, Talia Kamran, Jerome Greco from the Legal Aid, Cynthia Conti Cook, Servants Research Resistance Lab, and David Sifter from STOP. All right, perfect. You all may start in any order that you would like.
We try. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Jerome Greco. I'm the Digital Forensic Director at the Legal Aid Society. Thank you for holding this hearing and for allowing us to speak here. I had prepared testimony, oral testimony, but I think I better spend my time replying to some of the things the NYPD says, and particularly things that I know to either not be true or not be the full picture. Regarding drones and the Drone as a First Responder program, we're aware of cases in which the DA's offices have told us that deployment report forms were not completed, that the video was not preserved, and the only way we actually were learned that a drone was used was over the radio run and the ICAD report mentioning drones. And we had to actually provide that information to the prosecutor for the prosecutor to even be made aware that drone was used in their case. Related to facial recognition, we're aware of at least one case in which the FDNY provided facial recognition results to the NYPD. And not only did they do that, but they used a program or a company that the NYPD prohibits its own officers from using, which is Clearview AI. If you read the NYPD's IUP, it prohibits them from using a software or program that compares against anything outside of the NYPD's database. Clearview AI is pulling its data from social media and internet scraping. The NYPD had actually done a trial with them many years ago and had not continued that. But we are at least aware of one situation in which that happens, which would seem to me to be a violation of the NYPD's own policies. It's also very confusing here with how willing they were to get around the idea of how many false positives, false negatives, and false arrests. They very clearly said false convictions. We're not aware of any false convictions. That's not the question. As any of us will know, if you've been falsely arrested, that still upturns your life. And I'm aware of cases in which that has happened. Unfortunately, because my clients do not want their names on the front page of the New York Times, are choosing not to come forward with it, and I have to comply with that. But the NYPD is aware of that as well. I'd also like to talk about the way they actually do facial recognition, because they were very cagey about that. I do my best to be as fast as possible. A detective gets a still photo and sends it to their FIS, the facial identification section. They actually Photoshop that photo to make it more likely to get a result. They then get up to 250 possible candidates that are ranked in order for what the system believes most looks like the photo that they submitted to it. Then a detective from FIS looks at it and says, well, I think this one is the one that looks most like it. Doesn't matter if it's number 1, number 50, number 200. They then present that to the supervisor and say, do you agree? Oh, I forgot a step. They also will check to see if that person was incarcerated, is still living, was hospitalized at the time, in order to make sure that, we can't be wrong here. They then provide that to the supervisor, who says, oh yeah, they look alike. The next step that is most frequently happening now is they will find an officer who previously arrested that person, and they will send the photo or the video to that person, to that officer, and say, do you recognize who this is? Do you recognize who this photo depicts? Often they will say yes. The problem with that is that it's highly prejudicial. It is an improper ID procedure because that officer has nothing to do with the case. So he knows the only reason you are reaching out to him to see if he knows who this person is because you already assume that he does. And so he thinks about, who do I know who looks like this? Right? Who have I previously arrested who looks like this or interrogated who looks like this? Oh, that's who this is. The person I think most looks like it. They consider that enough for probable cause, and then they make the arrest. So this whole thing about, we use all these different tools, that's how the process actually works.
Thank you. If you can wrap up, that'd be perfect.
So I support these bills to at least update the Post Act to make it better, and as on behalf of Legal Aid Society to do that. Sorry for taking up too much time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for all of the members of the committee for holding this important hearing. My name is Cynthia Conti-Cook. I'm the Director of Research and Policy at the Surveillance Resistance Lab. I present this testimony jointly today on behalf of both the lab and the Street Vendor Project. We testify jointly today to bring attention to the technologies that are used by the NYPD, as was referenced several times in the hearing today, jointly with other agencies through task forces and other coordinated efforts that include data and other personnel sharing, and the questions that this raises around additional unreported surveillance technologies that exist in the city, in addition to the types that was just referenced, in addition to unlawful profiling and what is an obviously dangerous effort to map immigrant communities. This rhymes with what many Black and Latino New Yorkers have experienced from decades of intense broken windows policing and stop and frisk. While for many years we thought that those quality of life initiatives were about racist and systemic terrorizing of neighborhoods by oppressive policing, and it was, what we learned in hindsight was that it was also that physical traumatizing incident was the tip of the iceberg, and what lurked beneath the surface of the quality of life policing goals was also data collection and community mapping by police. A similar iceberg lurks beneath the surface today with street vendor policing and the mapping of immigrant communities. In spite of the Post Act, the NYPD fails to report on many of the mechanisms through which it collects information about New Yorkers, especially low-income or disabled New Yorkers from immigrant, Black, and other communities of color who rely on city services, as well as those who survive financially as street vendors. We ask that the City Council mandate the NYPD to report the full breadth of technologies that it uses to surveil, including technologies and data it has access to through other agencies and city and state task forces so that they may also be publicly debated. This is increasingly critical as cross-agency efforts to police city rules and regs escalate and become more police-controlled, using peace officers operating within traditionally civilian agencies, for example, operations that target street vendors across the city by policing arms of Sanitation and Parks Department. We testify to call attention to the data sharing practices across these multiple agencies, and as we heard today, multiple MOUs allow data to become accessible to all members of such task forces, including the NYPD. While the NYPD may not collect data for federal civil immigration policing, as it testified today, it is absolutely collecting data on immigrants for civil city rules and regulations through street vendor policing task forces. As an example, the NYPD's Operation Restore Roosevelt was launched in October 2024 through the Community Link Initiative, which has been described as a multi-agency response to quality of life issues. It promises to address the complex issues through a multi-agency response, but in January 2025, the outcomes of this operation were arrests, summonses, and seizure of property. In other words, Operation Restore Roosevelt relied on resources from 20 various city agencies to carry out a policing project. It's policing, but with a different name. Not surprisingly, the operation has not improved the quality of life equitably for diverse communities that call Jackson Heights home. I'll end by just saying that the purpose and extent of data sharing between police and all other agencies through initiatives like Community Link, but also through EdTech, through benefits portals like MyCity, the Sanitation Trash Dash, and citywide data sharing systems like Worker Connect should also be publicly reported and debated. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind for public testimony that we have 3 minutes. I don't like to cut people off, but we will have to, but we want to definitely make sure that we try to wrap as soon as possible after you hear the tone. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Salam, Chair Gutierrez, Chair Brewer, Councilmember Caban, and thank you to the members of committee staff who worked hard to make this hearing happen. I sent around, handed out written testimony which goes through detail of the history of the Post Act and these bills and how they're potentially going to be amended in a way that hopefully everybody will be happy with. I won't repeat all that here. I want to say a couple things. The first thing I want to say is you might have heard from OIG that the engagement they're getting from NYPD has been better recently, which is reassuring. That may also be reflected in our ability to have worked out potential amendments to these bills. However, I will still note that the IUPs have not been updated to separate out the different surveillance technologies. New technologies are still being deployed and added to existing IUPs before they're being announced publicly. I will also say that, the department will change their behavior over time, but it's very important to have laws in place to make sure that when things are at their worst, we have laws that protect transparency. The other thing I want to say is that all of this surveillance is happening in the context of a very grim reality in the federal system, and also across the United States. You have people being targeted for seeking reproductive health care, people being targeted for seeking gender-affirming health care, you have immigrants being targeted, you have protesters being targeted. This is happening very explicitly. And the more data that's collected, the more likely it's going to wind up in hands of people who are going to use it against vulnerable people. And when New Yorkers don't know what data is being collected about them or how it's being collected about them, it puts them in a really precarious situation. And I think people are already quite scared. The ability of people to understand how they're being surveilled is critical in letting people navigate the next 4 years and beyond. I also want to talk about some specific things. One is facial recognition. I won't repeat everything that my friend Jerome Greco recently said, but I will say that there was a comment by NYPD that these technologies don't see race, which is, I think, silly. There's a lot of data that these technologies are extremely racially biased. The error rates depend very directly on the color of your skin. Whether that's because it sees the color of the skin or it has to do with other facial features is irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that the people being wrongly arrested are by and large black, and that's not a coincidence, that is a problem. The reason that we take no position on Intro 233 as opposed to the other two Post-Act bills that we support is that we don't believe that law enforcement should be using facial recognition at all. We take no position because we think they're, adopting policies won't be actively harmful, but we would urge passage of legislation to ban facial recognition in its entirety, but especially Intros 217 and 425, which are already before the council, which would ban it in public accommodations and residences. And if I make one very short last point, hopefully short last point, there was a dialogue that Chair Gutierrez brought out about data sharing with task forces and how this might wind up in the hands of ICE, which is true. And I think what Deputy Commissioner Gerber said is also true, which is that currently there's a carve-out in the law that allows them to share data with these task forces for criminal purposes, and that data might then wind up in the hands of ICE for civil enforcement purposes. This is not inevitable. There are ways potentially around this. The council could pass laws that, for example, don't allow NYPD to participate in task forces unless an MOU says that this data can't be used for civil immigration purposes or handed over to ICE, or even more narrowly, can't hand over data that NYPD thinks has any likelihood of being used for civil immigration purposes without a similar MOU. So there are things the council can do to restrict this. Right now, these task forces and fusion centers are a big loophole in our sanctuary rules.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, thank you. My name is Talia Kamran. I'm a staff attorney at Brooklyn Defender Services Seizure and Surveillance Defense Project, which is a specialized unit in our criminal defense practice that monitors how device and data seizures impact prosecution and the general surveillance of our clients' communities. The POST Act was meant to give New Yorkers transparency into how they're being watched, but the NYPD has been manipulating its requirements and ignoring recommendations from the OIG to avoid real accountability. So I'd like to note on what my colleagues shared about facial recognition since it came up, that our office, Brooklyn Defenders, has also seen cases where facial recognition has been the basis for probable cause for arrest. So while that may not be the policy that's written that the NYPD has, that's what's happening in practice and should also be tracked and reported. And on that note, one of our office's greatest concerns is that OIG has repeatedly encouraged NYPD to report on the disparate impact of its surveillance tools on protected groups as those tools are actually being used. Yet the NYPD has continued to only report on the potential impact of its written policies. So the disparate impact reporting requirement within the POST Act must be clarified and needs to be codified. The people that Brooklyn Defenders represent are primarily low-income New Yorkers of color who live in neighborhoods that are bearing the brunt of NYPD's surveillance and policing. They, like all New Yorkers, deserve to know whether they are being disproportionately surveilled. ShotSpotter is a clear example of why we need better disparate impact reporting. So nearly all ShotSpotter sensors are placed in Black and Latino neighborhoods. And the NYPD claims that they don't choose this. This is just based on data and not based on race. But even then, the data that they're using from ShotSpotter is deeply flawed. ShotSpotter is wrong, doesn't detect gunshots 84% of the time. And over 99% of its alerts do not lead to gun recovery or suspect identification. So it's not having a meaningful effect on public safety. What it is doing is driving police officers into these communities on high alert, guns drawn, looking for suspects, stopping people, questioning and frisking them in the same neighborhoods that they already over-police. Beyond that, while the POST Act and its reporting requirements provide one important tool for stemming unregulated surveillance, we also need additional safeguards, particularly in the form of court oversight. So the NYPD currently takes phones primarily from young Black men, the group most likely to be stopped, frisked, and arrested for low-level offenses, as has been documented for over a decade by the Floyd Monitor. And once they have these phones, they often coerce people into unlocking them, and then they keep them, and they perform extractions on them, right? So what this does is create a very dangerous feedback loop where the majority of the data that NYPD is getting from phones that are seized is from these young people, their friends, their communities and families, right? So the only data coming in is from Black communities and the only data being used. So then that same biased pool of data is fed into precision policing systems and is being used to create a surveillance system that is as racially biased as beat cops policing itself. So we need clear warrant requirements around this so that they can't keep phones indefinitely for any and all purposes. Finally, we commend City Council for considering these introductions 168, 233, and 480. And on the topic of surveillance, we'd also like to urge the council to consider Intro 963 about the Department of Corrections mass surveillance of city jail phone calls under this umbrella of surveillance. So thank you for having me today.
Thank you as well. I'd like to pass it to Councilmember Caban for questions.
Thank you. And I just want to thank all of the people on this panel for the work that you do, especially my former colleagues. Before I ask a question to you, Mr. Greco, I just also want to does this sound right to you? You spoke about Operation Roosevelt, which is not far from where I represent, and we're in a moment where I think collectively, there are a lot of people in government saying that we want to protect the fact that we are a sanctuary city, that we want to protect families and individuals from deportation. And then there is this Operation Roosevelt that's taking place using this kind of technology. Is it fair to say or correct that the folks that are most impacted by this are undocumented street vendors and undocumented survival sex workers.
Yeah,
Migrants, survival sex workers.
From my understanding, yes, absolutely. The people that are most impacted by not just the police productivity goals that were reported in that January 2025 report, like arrests, summonses, and seizure of property, that's not the only kind of police activity that's happening. Every time they stop someone, every time that they have an interaction with someone, they are taking information from that person. What we know from the decades of stop and frisk is that the impact of that kind of constant interaction and the heavy amount, the flooding of an area with policing goals leads to police who have collected a great deal of information about who people are and where they go and who they are in contact with, their networks, and what other kind of activities that they are reporting. It's a great deal of information collection about a very specific type of community.
And it's also true that a person is deportable without being convicted of a crime. So for example, if somebody is a sex worker or has had a history of sex work, that is an automatic deportable offense activity even without a criminal conviction, right?
It can be. It can be.
And the same for other activities related to like unlicensed vending or something like that, because it's considered a crime of moral turpitude, right?
That's right. So there's a great deal of potential punitive outcomes that could result from this policing, even if it is not criminal.
Right. Thank you. I just want to make that distinction because they spend a lot of time talking about, oh, we don't do it. It's not for criminal. It was civil versus this, and
that's right. And may I add one other thing, that even when it's not for the purposes of an actual punitive result, like a deportation or prosecution, it is also often leveraged to force people to be witnesses against each other, to force people to do whatever it is that they want. And it creates an incredible amount of leverage within the policing apparatus for many different types of purposes beyond criminal prosecution in particular.
Thank you. And Mr. Greco, I just wanted to ask you, could you tell me about the status of the SPECS budget records?
Sure. So, Legal Aid strongly believes in transparency, and that's part of the reason why we supported the Post Act. When the Post Act first went into place, both us and STOP separately, and then later kind of jointly, had filed requests to the comptroller for these contracts, surveillance contracts that had been hidden from the public for over a decade. We both received heavily redacted contracts, including some of them don't even say the vendor name or how much they spent. And so we also submitted a request to the NYPD. And it has taken over 4 years of litigation to finally get a ruling from the first department that's going to now require them to turn it over. And so when they talk about, oh, everybody knew these, we weren't really hiding these, that's absolutely false. They were hiding these from everyone, and they fought us tooth and nail, even after the Post Act passed, to prevent us from getting copies just to even know what vendors they were using and how much money they were spending. And it seems like the baseline level for the general public should be transparency. They should know how their money is being spent, right? And as council members, that's part of your responsibilities too. And so they were deceiving you as well, because they have not been providing these fully unredacted copies. In fact, they intentionally kept them so that they wouldn't be digitized, they couldn't be electronic. And their excuse for doing that, approximately 165,000 pages of expenses and budgets, that because it was so sensitive and confidential, yet they digitize homicide records, rape records, confidential informants. All those things are not more sensitive, apparently, than these contracts that they wanted to hide from everyone. And big shout out to the Open Data Portal. A big fan, Councilmember Brewer. So I support your wish to get more stuff from the NYPD on there. Thank you. Right.
Very sensitive information. But in this litigation, as it relates to these budget contracts, they're saying that it's way too risky to have these
there was apparently a large filing cabinet where all of it was kept inside the NYPD, and that they were not electronic and they were off the NYPD's network, which also made it very difficult for anybody to actually have any sort of real oversight over it.
I just want to say that we should do a follow-up letter on that, and we can also do follow-up letter on facial recognition, because you said something very different than what PD said, if that's okay with our co-chairs. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Thank you all so much for testifying, and congrats on the legal victory. Good to see everybody again. Could you all share with me if you have received any of the documents that you requested from PD?
Related to the specs budget? So we have not received them from the NYPD yet. I will say the notice of entry just went in last week. It was my first time hearing today that they were not going to appeal. They still had time to decide whether or not they were going to appeal. So we have not received any records from the NYPD related to that in over 4 years.
Thank you.
So I just have a few questions for you all as well. Advocates often call for greater transparency in the NYPD's use of surveillance technology. What specific steps do you believe are essential for the NYPD to take in order to increase this transparency?
I have a couple thoughts. One is just regular good faith. I think it's probably not an accident that depending on personnel, for example, you might find that conversations with NYPD can have a very large range of outcomes. For example, in negotiating potential amendments to this bill, we had a very good faith set of negotiations that were successful. I've had a lot of conversations where NYPD that was not the case, where it felt like all the negotiations were not in good faith. I think this often happens in the freedom of information context especially, where we get bad faith responses, bad faith litigation, and I think an internal commitment of the department to engaging with transparency and good faith consistently across the department and over time is going to be important, because you can't legislate good faith particularly effectively, and I think that's one thing we saw with this Post Act, where that first set of IUPs was not a good faith set of IUPs. And the reason that we're here and negotiating new legislation is because we need NYPD to be more restrictive in what they can do and not take advantage of any potential language to try to squirm out of things. So I do think that there's legislation that can be passed to clarify NYPD's obligations, potentially on what gets posted to portals, potentially on staffing requirements for FOIL departments. There's all sorts of types of legislation that you can pass, but part of it also requires NYPD internally to make decisions to do things in good faith.
Just something short is, you know, like the use of the word criminal investigation is, or the phrase criminal investigation is often used to kind of act as a Band-Aid over explaining things, being transparent about things. So for example, on data retention, NYPD was discussing how, well, we don't actually retain very much data. The places that we retain data is in criminal investigations and prosecution. And while that may be completely legitimate, what we don't know is what happens to that data then after a criminal investigation is over, or after a criminal case is over. So it's that kind of specificity in transparency that's, I think, really important.
I'll just add that as for example, NYPD announces that Deputy Inspector Timothy Wilson will be assigned to the Parks Department, as we know that many of these community link-like city task forces involve the NYPD in the plans and in the operations of more city agencies. We have to understand that they are being able to circumvent much of the mandatory reporting, transparency, and accountability mechanisms that this city council has constructed in order to constrain the way that the NYPD surveils, polices, and harms a lot of communities in the city. So as the NYPD shapeshifts into different types of agencies and becomes a larger and has a larger role in more agencies' policing operations of city rules and regs, also must the mandatory reporting, transparency, and accountability mechanisms that the City Council has placed on the NYPD must also shapeshift in order to make sure that the concerns about how NYPD operates in the city continue to be publicly debated and clearly capable of being questioned and seen for what the capacities they have are.
I'd like to ask about augmented reality. What issues do you see related to this tool? Do you have any privacy concerns?
I'm certainly not an expert in NYPD's augmented reality tool. My understanding of the tool is it's basically a data visualization method as opposed to any additional data or additional data analysis. Now, there are still potential concerns. For example, if NYPD is holding up a camera in order to access certain data, you could imagine that what is seen on that camera might be recorded or used in certain ways. You could also imagine that simply being able to access mass amounts of data in certain ways could present privacy risks. I think we've seen that with the way the domain awareness system aggregates data in specific ways that can be dangerous. But to me, I think the focus shouldn't be so much on how it's visualized, but more on what is collected and how it's aggregated.
This is specifically for the Brooklyn Defenders. In your December 2023 testimony, you mentioned a DNA database. Could you please elaborate on the issues associated with it?
On the issues with the DNA database, my specialty isn't in DNA, so I can take that question back to my team and then get back to your office about it, if that's all right.
Gotcha, thank you. And also, there are several articles and reports questioning the effectiveness of ShotSpotter. Could you explain how DAS uses ShotSpotter and its impact on criminal convictions or plea bargaining?
So I'm happy to answer, and if you guys want, if you want to share it all. But ShotSpotter is often used, to call the police into an area in order to effectuate an arrest or to look for potential suspects. So it is being used at times to arrest people. Whether that's accurate enough to be probable cause for that arrest is highly questionable. ShotSpotter is often not used by prosecutors, by DAs when cases go forward. It's interesting to think about why that is. We know that from the data, it's not actually very effective or reliable, which kind of speaks to why it's perhaps not used in prosecution, but it is definitely used for probable cause for arrest.
I think it's important to point out that, when the officers get a ShotSpotter alert, they're essentially being told that somebody has fired a gun, right, in this area. And so they're going into that neighborhood expecting the worst, right, expecting themselves at risk and other people at risk, and they're on high alert, probably have their weapons drawn, and people in that neighborhood all become suspects immediately. And it just causes such chaos and tension for people who just happen to be living there or happen to be working there or walking by. And then to find out how often it is wrong is disturbing.
And just very briefly, picking up on that last point, a lot of the surveillance technologies that NYPD uses are just not very good. ShotSpotter is a very good example of a technology that just makes mistakes all the time. Facial recognition is another example. The evolved metal detectors, or the weapons detectors, quote unquote, which really just detect like metal tubes, like umbrellas. And there's a reason that NYPD dropped the Evolve pilot, because it wasn't working and it was wasting a lot of their time. But there's a lot of technology that they're still employing that also does not work.
And just have one last As advocates, how do you assess the effectiveness of recent legislation, such as the POST Act and other laws related to surveillance technology, in creating meaningful oversight?
So for all the Post Act's flaws, and one of them is that it doesn't ban the use of certain technologies, but I understand there are legal and political limitations for everyone, right? But it has been very helpful from the public defense side of being able to, one, understand what is actually being used in a case, that the technology exists, some basics about it, and to be able to point to courts to that as well, instead of just saying, oh, I know this from my experience on a assortment of cases. I can actually point to something for the court. And so the Post Act is still very important, and I think the updates that are being proposed will make it better for us. So again, not perfect, but definitely an improvement from the status quo before it was passed.
Yeah, if I could add to that, on the issue of court education, these technologies and the rates at which NYPD is picking up new contracts and deploying new technologies that have been maybe tested in a limited capacity move so much faster than the courts actually move, that any information that our offices can have, right, to educate the courts as we go into this completely new and difficult terrain of policing and prosecution is indispensable. So that the Post Act is completely indispensable, right?
Thank you. In the context of individual cases, for example, the kinds of cases that my colleagues here fight every day and need to understand how a case was investigated, for example, it's a very difficult thing to try to find out in the context of any single individual's case because of parallel construction, which is the use by police of alternative investigation routes in order, for example, often reliant on surveillance technology they're not trying to make public, and then constructing an alternative sort of court-based theory of the case that we interact with. Sorry, when I say we, I mean defenders, formerly. And so when a case comes through arraignments and you're only finding out from the court paperwork or from the experience that your client had, what kind of police investigation techniques were used, it really limits your ability to learn about them, to find out about them, to find out about how it was used, how it was supposed to be used, and if anything was done improperly. And then it's also very difficult in the context of individual criminal cases to be able to fight back against those technologies. And also the kinds of corporate entanglement that is happening within those contracts often allows, for example, trade secrets to be invoked, either to discourage the police department from telling people or telling the courts what has been used. It's also been invoked in criminal courts themselves. And so something that happened when I was at the Legal Aid Society was we began to hear more private law firms come in to a criminal courtroom and make the argument that they could not share information with the defense because of trade secrets. This created a problem because, as you know, the court system is an adversarial process through which we have to learn about the things in order to be able to adversarially test them. The idea that there are private companies who walk into criminal courtrooms and say that their 3 years of research and development are worth more than the potential lifetime of prison that someone is going to spend is a conflict of interest between how public interest in transparency and accountability and oversight works versus how corporate values of secrecy tend to operate. And I think that what we have to appreciate about bills like this is that it pushes back and makes very clear with any technology vendors who are operating in New York City that their technology should be expected to be public, and that is a very important service indeed, and also understanding how the contract process and understanding how the procurement of those technologies happen is equally important, and yet there is a great deal of opacity around that process. And if the Post Act could be expanded in any other way, in addition to not being confined to NYPD itself, I would say to open up the information around how this technology is procured, contracted, and monitored.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to now move to the next panel. And I just want to remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding. Decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, I remind you to please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's oversight hearing topic. The hearing topic, as I remind you, is the NYPD Post Act, or Introductions 168, Introductions 233, Intro 480, and 978. If you have any written testimony or additional testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that to the Sergeant at Arms, and you may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov 72 hours of the close of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. For the next internal panelists, please come up to the table after your name has been called. So I'd like to call Sharon Brown, Alex Stein, and Christopher Leon Johnston. And thank you. You may begin after you fully seat in whichever order you would like.
Hello, my name is Sharon Brown. Remember Israel, defend Israel, release the hostages, let Yahweh's people go. Okay, the facial recognition is not guaranteed to be accurate, so I don't think that it should be used the way that it's used. If someone is using a facial recognition and then they use it to indict someone and then they get arrested or they get convicted, it is not proper if someone had to identify them by a bunch of people going around, even in the police department, and saying, this is the person, we think this is the person. It's not even generated in the computer that it matches someone else. So I think that system is very flawed. I think we need to focus on the things that are happening today as far as public safety is concerned. We have an Islamic concern. If we're going to use facial recognition or any kind of recognition, we need to try to make sure that we're safe from the Islamic community that is targeting us. The convictions and things that are happening is under the auspices of Islam versus a Judeo-Christian nation, a Judeo-Christian state. Judeo-Christianity has ruled ever since we made this a nation, and that's what we're going to use here. If we're going to look at different communities, we're not going to go into the inner cities. We're going to be looking at communities who really are problematic to us. So if we understand that terrorism is a situation that is on the rise at this time, that's what we should be using our technology for. for. And we need to broaden our technology. We need to look around the world and see the things that they have. We need to be competitive with the things that we're making, and we need to find people like myself that can make technology that will outdo what we have out there and be accurate. If we're going to use facial recognition, the computer itself should say, this is a match. It shouldn't be, and not to impugn the NYPD, because they're doing the best that they can do under the circumstances and with the technology that they have. So if they do have the technology and they're going to use it, then they're going to they say 86% that it's usually wrong. Well, it would be that way because that's the technology that we have. So either we're gonna do some kind of oversight and say you can't use it to be something definitive in a case, but we can use facial recognition. Sorry, we can use facial recognition to get a general idea, but we can't use it to actually indict someone.
Thank you. If you can please wrap, that'd be great.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you.
And just remember Israel.
Thank you, guys. I just want to say thank you to the committee for having this meeting about public safety, because this is an issue that is very bad in New York, especially for me. I'm a person that comes here for work. And if you watch on television and you see what happens on a New York subway, like people being lit on fire and cops not doing anything to put them out, and you see this police force that is basically hamstrung, they're at a crossroads on how can they police this city, because we have illegal immigrants here from Venezuela that are part of the Tren de Arauca cartel, and those people are sex trafficking and human trafficking. So it makes their jobs tough when these people get to have a free hotel room in Manhattan at what would be considered nearly a 4-star hotel. When I come here, I have to pay $400 basically to stay in Manhattan at a 3-star hotel. So it's kind of frustrating as a person that wants to come here. The public safety is terrible because these Venezuelan gang members have no, we have no idea what their criminal history is. So we literally have rapists here, we have murderers here, we have some of the worst people in the world, and we need to use this facial recognition software to actually, he's watching me on his phone right there. No worries.
I hear some feedback.
He's watching it on his phone.
Oh, okay, no problem.
I like this guy. My point is, in this city, we got all these dang illegal immigrants in these police force. They want to use facial recognition, and I don't want to live in dystopian China where you guys can just watch me and I have to have a social credit score. But when it comes to illegal immigrants, I think we should use it to kick them out. But I saw Jennifer Gutierrez, just left. I wanted to speak to her because I feel like all illegals should be deported in New York City except for the big booty Latinas. If you're a 9, you're fine. You should not be subject
just keep
to
it on
deportation.
topic, as the post
You don't think an illegal
describing a
immigrant has
person's-
something to do with public safety? I know, I'm trying, but it's funny because she was just talking about sex workers.
Sir?
No,
Sir?
but do you remember how
Sir?
she was talking about sex workers?
Sir?
Yes.
Describing a person's body is totally disrespectful.
What do you mean? I can't describe somebody's head? You can't describe somebody's body?
I wouldn't describe your head.
Okay, I wouldn't describe yours either, but I'm just saying.
To describe a person's body
You're
in the
allowed to
way-
describe. I'm
Sir?
allowed to be
Sir?
descriptive.
Sir?
Yeah, Yes?
To disrespect anyone.
How is that disrespectful?
Sir,
How is
we
that
have already
disrespectful?
established the rules.
I don't understand
Staying
how
on
that's
topic
disrespectful.
and being
Okay, well,
respectful in the government.
You just had a councilwoman talking about sex workers, did you not? About how this software is going to be used to recognize their face and deport
Sir,
sex
as long
workers?
as you stay on topic,
I know,
you'll
but
be
I'm
fine.
saying, so she can talk about sex work, but I can't say big booty Latina. I'm confused on how that's not the same thing. I know, but explain to me, because you don't know the First Amendment, and you don't understand. I'm not being crude.
Sir, I'm
saying
not denying you of
compliment-
your First Amendment rights. I'm just telling you to stay on topic.
I'm trying to stay on topic, but he's playing the dang meeting on his phone, distracting me. You're getting mad because I'm trying to protect big booty Latinas. We can deport them all, but big booty
you for your
Latinas get
testimony,
to
sir.
stay. If you're a 9,
Thank you
you're
for your
fine.
testimony.
Thank you for having me.
Hello, my name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I love your stuff, Alex. You're a funny guy. You're a funny person. Especially the Gutierrez video. You're right about that. Okay, so I want to speak against the Post Act. I'm going to explain why. Because, look, if this was like 2018, okay, it would be for it. But this is 2025. And he's right. We got a lot of legal immigrants, and that's what they are because Trump is saying it, in this city. They commit a lot of crimes, and we need this technology to know who these people are. Because if we get facial recognition, we could probably find out who these people are. This is just a new time right now. This is not 2018, it's not 2017, and we need this technology. One thing I'm really concerned about a lot is this thing about ShotSpotter, which y'all guys want to get rid of ShotSpotter. All this is about with the city council is getting rid of all these tech software programs, defund the NYPD, defund the police, and give these corrupt nonprofits, give them these corrupt NGOs that keep you guys, including you, Mr. Salam, into office. And I know that you're running your boy, Raymond Santana, and he's trying to get into city council in the 8th district. And this is all about. You want to defund the NYPD so you can take that money and
Just
give
like
to
to
these.
remind you to stay on topic, sir.
I am staying on topic.
That's not
Why
on
you
topic.
being? It is on topic, dude.
Everybody in
It
this
is
room
on topic, man.
knows that that's
It's
not
on
on topic.
topic, bro. It is on topic. ShotSpotter is part of the Post Act, bro. It's part of the Post Act.
Sir?
Sir.
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 Don't play
Sir.
with me.
Sir. It's America, man. It's America.
I got you.
I got you too.
Your testimony is over.
But you're wrong. You're
Young
a
man, out of
clown,
the
man.
room.
You a clown, bro.
Thank you for your testimony. I also like to remind you that video recording will not be allowed from the witness table. You're still recording video, sir. You are still recording video.
Don't touch me. I'm leaving. Don't touch me. All right? God almighty, I'm leaving. You don't touch me. I've already sued your ass. I'm going to sue your ass again. I'm leaving. Gosh almighty, I don't know what y'all, this kangaroo court meeting y'all running. This is ridiculous. Yeah, let's go. Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Gosh almighty.
So I know that there is requirements to make sure that there is no video recording from the witness table. I do see people in the audience recording video as well, so I don't know if you're part of the team or part of trying to get the fact of us making sure that New York City remains the best city in the world. So with that, I'd like to call the next panel, and I'm also gonna reread the instructions. We've already established protocol, but it seems that we have to continue to establish protocol. I remind the members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved only for those who wish to testify. No video recording or photography will be allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings. Testimony that they have may be submitted to the Sergeant at Arms if it is video or audio recording for inclusion in their transcripts. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be acknowledged. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's topic. Today's topic, I remind you, is the NYPD Post Act, or Introductions 168, 233, 480, and 978. If you have any written statement or additional written testimony that you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours after the close of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. I'd like to call up the next panel, Ivy Dyson, Sergio Della and Quincy Blair. And you may go in whichever order you choose.
I can start. Good afternoon, Chair Brewer, Chair Salam. Thank you both and Chair Gutierrez for holding this hearing and for your patience and public service. I'm Ivy Dyson. I'm counsel in the Liberty and National Security Program, the Brennan Center for Justice. And as part of our focus on government oversight and accountability, we advocated for the passage of the Post Act in 2020. As you all know, unfortunately, the NYPD has consistently evaded the Act's disclosure requirements while continuing to expand its arsenal of surveillance technology. Members of the City Council have introduced bills that aim to strengthen the Post Act. There are additional common sense changes the Council should make to ensure better checks on NYPD's surveillance. As David Siffert from STOP mentioned earlier, there are changes that can be made to the Post Act in addition to the ones in the bills now that would incorporate other recommendations that the IG made in its first Post-Act report. These changes have been negotiated with the NYPD and are agreed upon by a coalition of civil society members interested in advocating around police surveillance issues. So first, as you know, the NYPD uses generic language in its post-act disclosures to explain how it shares surveillance data with outside actors like federal immigration authorities, city housing authorities. And as put forth by the IG in their post-act report, the police should be required to maintain an internal tracking system recording circumstances in which the department provides an external agency with surveillance data. Additionally, the NYPD should be required to document how external agencies access its surveillance data and whether there are restrictions on how the data is used, how long the data can be kept, whether it can be copied, and if any other entities can access surveillance data the police have transferred to external agencies. Additionally, City Council should require the NYPD to provide meaningful information on the potential safety hazards of its technologies. In one of its post-act audits, the NYPD IG found that DigiDog's safety documentation from the company itself showed that the technology could cause injury, including injury and potentially death, which was not included in the NYPD's own IUP on that technology. Additionally, we are grateful that Intro 480 asks the police to disclose information about the disparate impacts of its surveillance technologies. As you know, the police have a history of discriminatory surveillance, and as others mentioned earlier, the department continues to use facial recognition technology that has led to wrongful arrests of Black Americans across the country based on racialized errors. The public needs to know what steps the NYPD is taking to address disparate impacts and whether there are any variations in the accuracy of its technologies based on a characteristic protected by New York City human rights laws, such as race or religion. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the council. My name is Quincy Blair, and I'm an attorney here on behalf of the Policing Project at NYU School of Law, a nonpartisan organization dedicated to supporting more effective and equitable policing. Thank you for your opportunity to testify in support today. First, we want to offer our support for 168 today as it enhances the intent of the Act's passage.
I'm sorry, is that mic on?
Is it on now?
It is.
Okay. Should I start from the beginning or continue? Good afternoon, chairs and members of the council. My name is Quincy Blair, and I'm an attorney here on behalf of the Policing Project at NYU School of Law, a nonpartisan organization dedicated to supporting more effective and equitable policing. Thank you for your opportunity to testify in support today. First, we offer support for 168 today as it enhances the intent of the original transparency provisions of the Post Act. Since the Act's passage, the NYPD has evaded its obligations by publishing incomplete impact and use policies. 168 addresses this by requiring an itemized list of all surveillance technologies, including their capabilities, collected data, and responsible units, going beyond the Post-Act's original mandate. It also requires quarterly updates on newly acquired or discontinued technologies, providing sufficient information for both the public and offices like OIG to assess NYPD's compliance with the Act. We also offer support for 233's mandate for substantive facial recognition, or FRT, use policies. While the Post-Act required an impact and use policy for facial recognition, the NYPD's version lacked meaningful details on use, data sharing, and retention, undermining transparency. 233 improves this mandate by requiring more disclosure to those provisions. And lastly, we offer support for 480 by bringing much needed clarity to the Post Act. While the Post Act required the NYPD to disclose third-party data sharing, its policies were so vague that the public continues to remain unaware of which entities access their data or whether it's being used responsibly. 480 addresses this by requiring the NYPD to name the entities it shares data with, a critical step towards transparency and ensuring responsible and accountable use of sensitive data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard. I am Sergio Della Pava, Legal Director of New York County Defender Services. Sitting here all morning and early afternoon listening to this testimony, it's abundantly clear to me that we now live in a surveillance state of the kind envisioned not too long ago by like dystopian science fiction. This is an inalterable fact, and I think what most signifies now is how entities like this one are going to respond to that. Importance of transparency and accountability are extreme at this particular moment in our history, but what we get from the NYPD repeatedly, especially today, is a desire for more secrecy. And we know what secrecy gives rise to, the potential for abuse. We've submitted extensive written testimony. I want to highlight one aspect where it's not about potential abuse, it's about actual abuse of these technologies. Our client was an individual by the name of Derek Ingram, activist who was attending in a leadership capacity a Black Lives Matter protest. NYPD was there, members of the force, apparently. Everything was being recorded. The protest ended, and Mr. Ingram was not arrested for any conduct at that protest. But at some point, the NYPD decided that they wanted to arrest him for supposedly yelling into a bullhorn too closely to a member of the NYPD. They used facial recognition. I've heard the testimony today that they claim facial recognition is not used to constitute probable cause. So I'm not sure what else they did, but they fixated on Mr. Ingram and decided that they were going to arrest him. The way they went about this is to descend on his home. They knew his address now. About 24 vehicles closed off the street. A helicopter was used, drones. And they lied to him and told him that they had a warrant for his arrest. They did not. The police rarely have an arrest warrant for an individual because an arrest warrant requires going to a judge and demonstrating to that judge that there's probable cause to believe this person has committed a crime. They did not want to do this here because they would have had to disclose to a judge exactly what led them to conclude that Mr. Ingram had yelled too loudly into a bullhorn. So they forsook that entire procedure, and instead, as I said, 24 vehicles, tactical gear being employed by officers. They surround his home. They lie to him, say, we have an arrest warrant. Please step out of your apartment. He doesn't step out of his apartment. He speaks to a lawyer who tells him, in New York, they cannot arrest you in your home without an arrest warrant. If they truly had an arrest warrant, they would arrest you in your apartment. They must not have one. This went on for hours until it was called off. And, tellingly, when asked about the heavy-handedness of this and the just kind of offensive nature of all this, both the mayor and the commissioner of the NYPD said this was kind of done without our knowledge. This was all organized without us knowing about it, and we don't approve of it. So when we talk about the potential for abuse, I think this case is a perfect example of that. Now, it resulted in a criminal case. We represented them. There's discovery statutes went into effect. The police really refused to kind of give us any insight into what was done in this case. The discovery statutes were not complied with, ultimately resulting in dismissal of the case. To this day, we're not sure exactly what technology was used, what technology was not used. And I'll tell you, the scariest part, that was wrap up. Almost 5 years ago. As we know, in the use of technology, 5 years is a lifetime. So I applaud the Post Act. I applaud these introductions and these proposed beefing up of the act. But I urge this body to remain vigilant. We don't know what we don't know, and to constantly be fighting for greater transparency in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know that Moya.
Yes.
Thank you all. Thank you, chairs. Good to see you guys. I would get to see you.
I don't know if there's like a
Is
list, but
there any other?
their names here so I could just send this to you real quick?
Surveillance technologies
and
used
Joanne
by
had just posted
PD
this
that they,
council
to your
member
knowledge, that
on
they have not
access
disclosed?
today and tomorrow, and then, yeah. So, yeah, just
I think it's someone on Zoom.
Zoom, we could hear you.
We'll get it. Does anyone have a response to that?
Well, I assume the Post Act is being complied with, but at its core, we just don't know what we don't know.
Right.
The perfect example of this was a criminal case that had discovery statute in effect, and so we know some, but it seems to me that they preferred dismissal to having to talk about how exactly it came to center on our client. And that's what we find a lot. For example, the testimony this morning, like facial recognition is only used to build up probable cause. That's because if they said facial recognition was the reason for probable cause, for example, at a pretrial suppression hearing where there's testimony under oath, they would have to detail and, under oath what steps were used via facial recognition. So they want credit for saying that they're not using it for probable cause, but it's like everything else. It's an end run around disclosure. It's a way of them not having to talk about how they do facial recognition. One of the things we know is that, Photoshop is being used, and ultimately there's a great potential there for abuse. It's not, I think it's not a situation where a computer has taken the element of error out. On the contrary, and we see that with the data showing that it has racial bias built into it.
And then my last question is if you can share any concerns that you have about the use of predictive policing software and how it's being used by the police department. Okay. Thank you.
I think predictive policing software would be even more offensive than the things we've been talking about. I talked about like dystopian science fiction. That's Minority Report. That's like predicting who's going to commit a crime or who's going to, run afoul of what the NYPD wants on a given situation. Not knowing.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the, I'm sorry I didn't get your name, at the Brennan Center. I am a big fan of the Brennan Center. My question is the data, this constant refrain that I have, but are you looking at something that would say what should happen to data? In other words, we all hear 30 days, but then we heard also from your colleagues that it's not clear if there's a case, what happens to that data afterwards? And data to me is everything. So I just didn't know if that's something that Brennan has looked at.
Right. I think it's something that we have talked to the NYPD about in negotiating potential language on amendments to the Post Act. An addition would be to have the NYPD have internal policies in place, like quite specific policies in place about their intergovernmental data sharing. Again, because as you say, there's this massive amounts of information, data that is being collected by these surveillance technologies. And so, as far as we are aware, we don't know what those policies are. So the idea is that the NYPD would then be forced to create policies on their data sharing with other government agencies, and then that information could then be used to help them provide like more fulsome reporting under the Post Act related to their gathering and sharing of data with external entities.
So you feel at this point that that has not been done, that kind of scenario that you have outlined?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you. And I know your client, so he's terrific, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, I remind the members of the public that this is a government proceeding and decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms in the hearing room, in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's oversight hearing topic, which is the NYPD Post Act, or Introductions 168, 233, 480, and 978. If you have written testimony or additional written testimony that you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. And you may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of the close of this hearing today. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. I'd now like to call Pastor I'm not able to read the, it looks like ADLE. Okay, perfect. Golan? Buckingham? Not sure if I got that name correct. Michelle Blondeville, perfect. You may start in whichever order you would like.
Thank you so much. I'd like to acknowledge the council and gratitude for this meeting. My name is Michelle Ann Blondeville. I'm a health educator for 40 years, adjunct lecturer at NYU for the Sports and Fitness Department, and trainer for the American Red Cross. I'd like to thank you for your servitude in difficult times. We're speaking on behalf of everyday people who are Havana syndrome or anomalous health incident victims, knowingly and unknowingly, others who are unknowingly, sorry. With the glaring awareness of the benefits afforded to our diplomat counterparts, we certainly hold fast to the nation that one day we too will be recognized, free from torture, pain, and invisibility. Everyday people, Havana syndrome victims, is comprised of diagnosed Havana syndrome victims who have been unlawfully experimented on and included on non-investigative lists and subsequently targeted in various nefarious manners. These heinous crimes include but are not limited to organized stalking, such as the lawyer that just previously spoke, explained his client. Smear campaigns, noise harassment, electronic assaults from directed energy weapons, non-consensual human experimentation with various technologies as V2K, blue eye technology, and AI. We are assaulted 24 hours every day and are remote neuromonitored. We support your bills to have the NYPD provide information as to the technologies they are using, and requests also that their policies are made for them to help citizens who are being targeted in this way. We also would like other bills that protect our neural rights, such as the Colorado Bill 241058 and the California Bill SB 1223, that investigate these covert technologies by attaining our brain signature and biometrics. Thank you for your interest, support, and commitment to justice. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Colin Buckingham. There we go. Hi, my name is Colin Buckingham. I work in disability advocacy and activism in that way. I want to express support for the bill and resolutions passed today. I wish there had been more expansive questioning when the NYPD was testifying on what they classify as criminal acts that they are able to use these facial recognition on, and the discernment between false identities and false arrests versus false convictions, especially with the mayor meeting with the current president and affirming his support to support ICE, including placing them on Rikers Island. I think more accountability is going to be needed, not just for the NYPD, but their collaboration with federal agencies in general, especially with what has been alleged as a quid pro quo agreement that Eric Adams has reached with the border czar. I also want to stress that the disabled population of New York is facing an increased risk with this potential collaboration or further collaboration, and the groundwork has been laid for this with hostile architecture being implemented, involuntary hospitalization, and the NYPD being documented having blocked emergency exits, whether through them or through outside security forces that the MTA or city officials have hired under the guise of wanting to curb illegal turnstile jumping. Also, on that topic, we are aware of the incident, the NYPD firing shots in a crowded subway station, injuring many people, including permanently disabling more than one person. And this was under the guise of allegedly thinking that someone had jumped the turnstile. And meanwhile, the subway shooter last year had to turn himself into the NYPD, and they were not able to find this person. 50% of people killed by cops are disabled, and further oversight and safety procedures such as the ones introduced today and even going further, I feel like are needed. I also want to urge the City Council to do more to increase accountability for the NYPD. We all see their emblazoned logos, which is protect and serve, and yet they're not legally required by any stature of state or federal proceedings to protect citizens. I would like to propose that the council and any legislative body introduce bills that would make this a legal requirement, and if non-compliance with either any of these accountability proceedings, including this proposed one, is something that happens, then the NYPD would be required to remove that slogan and potentially have misconduct lawsuits, of which more than $205 million of taxpayer money was paid out to the NYPD last year. That would have to come out. I want to propose that the council propose something that would make that come out of the pensions of the officers that were arraigned in that scenario. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Pastor Adlerette Kibro. I am thankful that at least few of you are left, because I was wondering if anyone was going to hear my testimony today. So thank you. I'm here, although that, my sister been here before, and we here, talking to, testify that there are other technologies that are used and that we don't hear, that they are, spoken about here. And one of the technologies that has been used and has been around for quite some time now, and we hear because we would like the council to ban those technologies. And one of them is direct energy weapon or microwave radiations. And it's been around for quite some time now. I will send the testimony to the website or the email address to the chair, all the chairs about this technology. and that is being used that nobody is speaking about. And this is a technology, direct energy weapon or microwave radiations, that now we are even hearing that Honorable Robert John Kennedy is going to investigate, which is I'm happy about. He's doing it in the federal level, and I would like the council to look into this, technology that has been used, affecting, destroying lives of people, that you are not able to see that technology is invisible, but while it is invisible, it's afflicting people, it's destroying people, it's attacking people. They call it Havana syndrome or anomalous incident, act, either one of them. But I'm here to say we would like this for you to investigate this technology, and for you to ban this technology, and for you to also have technology to detect that type of technology, because it's invisible, nobody can see it. So we need a technology that can be used to detect that technology, because we have millions of Americans that are affected by direct energy weapons that, Robert Kennedy says it's been out since the 1950s, and we now are hearing about it.
Thank you for your testimony. We have one last in-person panel for consistency. I would like to reread the protocols. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for those who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's oversight hearing topic. The topic again is the NYPD Post Act, or Introductions 168, 233, 480, and 978. If you have written statements or additional testimony that you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. That is for a written statement or additional written testimonies only. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of the close of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. For in-person panelists, please come up to the table once your name has been called. I'd like to call Andrew. You may start when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I came before this committee before, asking for an investigation of police for attacking me. Just like the gentleman was saying, how law enforcement would refuse to release documents and body cams. September 4th, 2018, I was brutally assaulted and tossed on the sidewalk against my will. And what law enforcement is doing to me now is truly horrible, because they have done it before. What they do is they make people homeless, get people fired from their jobs, and forcing people to live on the streets. This is a court case called Socialist Workers Party versus the Attorney General right here in New York City. Colin Kaepernick does not live here. Neither does a person named Steve Talley. He doesn't live here in New York City. But Steve Talley was made homeless, fired. Colin Kaepernick also fired. I also lost my job because law enforcement is constantly attacking me each and every day. So I keep asking for an investigation. I came here before. I would like to get police reports, down through the years from September 18th up to now. They stole my 2 cell phones at the Department of Labor. Police refused to respond. They broke into my car. Police refused to issue police reports. They're constantly attacking me, so I'm asking for an investigation. And now they're forcing me to live on the streets against my will. They blocked me from getting a job. These people, they're like the terrorize people throughout America. So it's not just in New York City, but they do this throughout America, terrorizing the American public. And like I have the court case, again, right here in New York City, this is what they're doing. So I had contacted your office before, but you know, they didn't respond as to what I could do to get law enforcement to stop attacking me. If anybody has any suggestions how to get them to stop attacking me so I could have like a normal life, I would really appreciate it.
Thank you. I just have one question for you. When you said you contacted my office before, are you talking about my office or any of the chairs here? My office.
Yours and Mr. Holden.
Gotcha. Got you. All right, so hopefully we can follow up with your concerns. You said you do have a court case right now in the courts.
No. I was assaulted, but I have no court case. There's a court case called Socialist Workers Party versus the Attorney General, where law enforcement make people homeless by getting them evicted and get people fired from their jobs. The court case was in New York City, but law enforcement do this throughout America, like Colin Kaepernick, Steve Talley, so people throughout America, they do this to. But the court case is in New York City.
Gotcha. What district are you in?
I have no district because, again, law enforcement is forcing me to live on the streets because they blocked me from getting a job. I'll go get a place to live. I have no place to live, so they're forcing me to live on the street. So I have no district. They're constantly attacking me every day.
Okay, so we're gonna get your information and see if we can follow up with you for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for all of the in-person testimony. We will now turn to our virtual panelists. For virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. Now I will call the first virtual panelists. I now call Michael Sostinsky.
You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs. My name is Michael Sostinsky, Assistant Policy Director with the New York Civil Liberties Union. So the POST Act was passed in 2020 in response to the NYPD's long documented and troubling history of engaging in surveillance tactics that target political dissent, criminalize communities of color, and jeopardize all New Yorkers' privacy. And it was a recognition of the simple fact that the NYPD could not be trusted to monitor its own use of surveillance technologies or be allowed to keep the full extent of its surveillance infrastructure secret from the public and from policymakers. And those are the same reasons that underlie our strong support now for intros 480 and 168 to make sure that the POST Act is living up to its original purpose. And it's clear that there is further action that is needed by the City Council in order to address the issues that we've heard today raised by advocates, as well as the recommendations from the Inspector General and their audits and their reports on POST Act compliance. Without City Council action, New Yorkers are going to continue to be left in the dark when it comes to the details that we need to identify and challenge harmful practices. Among those, we've heard discussion of some of the most problematic practices with respect to POST Act compliance, the grouping together of technologies that has the potential to circumvent one of the core purposes of the POST Act was this notice and comment process. As we've heard, the NYPD is only required to go through that process for new technologies. And the point there is that when there is something new that is being contemplated, it should be approached cautiously, deliberatively, and in the full light of day with meaningful community engagement and input. The overly broad policies that we've seen allow the NYPD to introduce brand new and distinct tools by updating existing policies that they can shoehorn those new tools into. It's been an end run around oversight and public engagement, and it's one that we're hopeful that Intro 480 and the dialogue referenced earlier with the NYPD about potential amendments can help to remedy going forward. Also want to note, one of the other core areas of concern addressed by Intro 480 is the fact that we really need more detailed information on data sharing and safeguards as it relates to the NYPD surveillance practices. The policies that we've seen so far simply suggest that other government agencies may have access to NYPD data without naming those agencies. There's not enough descriptions on the type of information on what data is being actually disclosed, what safeguards or rules, restrictions are put in place on uses of those data. And there's just boilerplate language throughout those policies as they relate to retention, data sharing practices, not enough to really give us confidence that that data is being safeguarded in any meaningful way. So it's really urgent that the City Council take action on these pieces, given what we've seen in recent years. We've seen the Adams administration and their very intense focus on expanding the NYPD's technological capabilities. And we have real justified concerns about the ways in which the Trump administration may seek to acquire and weaponize sensitive data, either directly obtained from the NYPD or indirectly.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
Thank you. So just want to reiterate very quickly, strong support for the two pieces, Intro 480 and 168. And just do want to note that these are starting points. We want to emphasize that transparency and oversight are important, but they're important starting points. They need to inform broader conversations around what types of tools are used and are permitted to be used in the first place, and use that as a basis for real reforms to cut off the use of unaccountable discriminatory technologies, things like facial recognition, imposing further restrictions that is based on the kind of information that we get out of laws like the Post Act. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to now call Nina Lushkayan.
You may begin.
Hi, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Gutierrez, Chair Salam, Chair Brewer, and committee members. My name is Nina Lashkajian. I am the Technology and Racial Justice Collaborative Fellow at the Center on Race, Inequality, and the Law at NYU School of Law. We are here to urge the Council to pass Intros 480 and 168 with recommended amendments agreed upon by NYPD and advocacy groups as discussed previously in this hearing, because these bills would ensure that the spirit of transparency and oversight that inspired the passage of the original Post Act endures today. It is critical that all New Yorkers, and particularly those from Black and Brown communities, have access to basic information about the technology police use to surveil us, without requiring NYPD to disclose essential details such as the types of technology procured, the policies adopted regarding their use, and how the large swaths of data collected are shared. This council leaves space for abusive overreach and discriminatory tracking by law enforcement and other government actors. Just as U.S. Congress is charged with checking the president, this council is responsible for ensuring that the mayor and the NYPD are operating in line with the law, including by not deploying tools they know or should know are discriminatory. Of particular import in the bills in front of the council today is the requirement in Intro 480 that the NYPD specifically disclose evaluation of potential disparate impact on people of color and other protected groups arising from the use of surveillance technologies. Despite some interesting claims made earlier in this hearing by NYPD representatives, well-documented racial bias is present in tools we know are used by NYPD. Yet the current Post-Act and IUPs only give blanket statements using non-specific language addressing concerns of bias. But there's ample evidence showing bias in these technologies. Studies have shown facial recognition has a much higher error rate for Black women. That's whether you want to say that the technology sees color or not, that's just the end result. And we also know this is present in other tools such as the NYPD gang database, which is comprised of 99% Black and Brown New Yorkers. So in closing, I'd like to urge the passing of Intros 480 and 168. When it passed in the summer of 2020, the Post Act was always envisioned as a minor but essential first step towards critical oversight of police surveillance activity. And now that it's almost 5 years since its passage, it is well past time for the next step forward. This is still a minor and hopefully uncontroversial step forward, but a meaningful one. I do think despite a lot of the heated back and forth earlier in this hearing, when you get to the actual language of this bill and the proposals, hopefully they can still be uncontroversial, given that the NYPD has expressed willingness to negotiate amendments with advocacy groups. So I really appreciate the chance to testify and urge strongly the passage of these proposed amendment bills. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to now call Thomas Gilbert.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, members of the New York City Council. My name is Thomas Gilbert. I am the founder and CEO of Hortus AI. I'm here representing Hortus's mission to empower local communities to assess and integrate AI technologies on their own terms. So precisely 100 years ago, Robert Moses set up shop at 302 Broadway, overlooking City Hall. And through a combination of graft, incentives, cunning, and deceit, most of it legal, Moses rebuilt New York City in his own image under the aegis of public safety. And he did it largely through surveillance. Opposing Moses, Jane Jacobs wrote that a street needs three things in order to be safe. First, a street must have a clear separation between public and private. Second, it must have the watchful eyes of storekeepers, residents, and those passing by. Third, a sidewalk is needed so that people can use the street regularly, even without cars. In other words, what that history tells us is that streets are not made safe by technology. They're made safe by having certain clearly defined properties, namely as public, as watched, and as regularly used. Moses thought surveillance could make the public safe. Jacobs knew it was the other way around. Today, the Committee on Technology is considering how to more clearly implement the public oversight of Surveillance Technology Act. The three pieces of legislation introduced by Councilmembers Farias, Crystal Hudson, and Julie Wan are not just good ideas. They respectively enact Jacobs' three criteria for safety. 168 would require the NYPD to evaluate and report on the private surveillance technologies it uses for public benefit. 233 would require regular written audits of the NYPD's use of facial recognition technology and to widely share the audit's findings. And 480 would ensure continuous transparency in NYPD's required impact and use criteria. These proposals reflect a growing awareness that AI technologies are not safe because they can learn from data or recognize faces or are managed by technocrats. Rather, AI technologies are safe because of their commitments to and from public interests. Emerging forms of AI, such as chatbots, will require even more intensive forms of oversight, regular audits, and substantive transparency. Hortus's work is designed to address this. Alongside our work with the public sector, Hortus has outlined what is toxic about AI today, namely prioritizing business objectives over quality of life and its impacts on communities, and how AI could instead be built differently. Hortus solves this by providing tools to government entities to build AI and implement it for active citizens in partnership with local institutions. In tandem with the proposed Office of Algorithmic Data Integrity, we hope to work with New York City officials and propose more progressive audit frameworks for AI systems, from facial recognition to generative AI applications. I invite members of the City Council and my fellow citizens to join in this work to ensure that oversight of AI systems is of, by, and for the people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We now have heard from everyone who has signed up to testify. If we inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify in person, please visit the Sergeant at Arms table and complete a witness slip now. If we inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify virtually, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, and a member of our staff will call on you in the order of hands raised. I will now read the names of those who registered to testify but have not yet filled out witness slips or appeared on Zoom. Seeing no one else, I would like to note again that written testimony, which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted to the record up to 72 hours after the close of the hearing by email. The email address that they can send it to is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you. I now adjourn this hearing.